In certain extreme situations, the law is inadequate. In order to shame its inadequacy, it is necessary to act outside the law, to pursue natural justice. This is not vengeance. Revenge is not a valid motive, it's an emotional response. No, not vengeance. Punishment.
Tonight we have a chance to say, yeah, you're right. We're too extreme, we're too wild, we're too out of control, we're too full of our own shit. Or we have a chance to say, hey, fuck you, you're wrong. Fuck you, we're right. Because you have all made it to the dance. Because believe me, this is the dance. Start the show.
Good morning, everybody, and welcome to the Steel Toe Morning Show. Here we are, year 11 of this bullshit. We've been around for 10 years. Oh, no, we've been around for over 11, so we're on year 12 of this bullshit. It is a life sentence. They will not let me leave. Oh, goodness. Thank God you guys can't see below kind of the nipple level on me. I missed a button this morning. Welcome to the show. I'm Aaron Imholt. Johnny's here. And boy, do we have a show for you today. Good
morning.
One thing we missed about all that Trump-Israel coverage yesterday is, we watched the lefties in the Knesset get thrown out. We saw all that stuff. You know what we didn't see was all of the dignitaries that were there yesterday. I don't know if you saw or not, but there were some very famous dignitaries at the Knesset in Israel. I mean, some of the most famous Israelis in the world. I mean, Israelis who Israeli harder than most Israelis, people who I dare say are some of the greatest Israeli citizens alive today. Certainly not I'm not talking about Americans. I'm talking about Israelis. So happy they could dance. Do you know who the premier Israeli was? Like, and I'm talking celebrities. I'm talking red carpet. I'm talking, fuck Gal Gadot. She's a nobody. I'm talking.
I was about to say her. I don't
know. The Israeli of all Israel. Who's the most Israeli guy you know?
Fuck. Like, obviously, other than Netanyahu and you said celebrities.
And Israeli. That's the most important part.
Yeah, I got nothing. I'm drawing a blank. Although, like, Michael Rappaport doesn't cut it.
Well, look, this guy is, just think of a guy who's the furthest thing from an American. Just think of a guy.
Shapiro?
Ladies and gentlemen, look who was at the Knesset yesterday. There's our boy. Look at Benny. He's so happy. I never see him this happy when he's in the United States. When he's doing his show, he's always got that scowl on and his eyebrows are all Eugene Levy-esque. And he's just mad about something some progressive did. Those damn lefties and those fucking Muslims and all those people, they're always causing some kind of trouble for old Ben Shapiro. But look at him. When he's in Tel Aviv, when he's in Israel, when he's hanging out at the Knesset, when he's in the government.
He's straight up jovial.
Look at how happy he is. I got to say, I agree with this fellow in his Twitter comments, this Nicholas J. Fuentes.
Okay.
Who writes on Twitter, you should stay there, actually. I got to be honest. I just want Ben to be happy in his homeland. I want Ben to be happy where he feels the most connected to the country and where he's the most patriotic. And by God, you just don't see Ben Shapiro like this every day.
No, I don't see him at all at the moment. But I would say that.
I get what you. There you go. That was subtle. I like it. That was subtle.
I know. That's what I do. The biggest problem I have with or not problem. The biggest thing I have with this is that, like, he goes there, he goes to this, he does all this stuff. Why does he come back here if he hates it so much?
I don't know why he does it to himself. You know what he must be doing? He must be thinking that he's fighting for you and I. He must be thinking that he's doing it to help the two of us.
Well, he has to know I'm not Jewish, right?
Look, we should. Nobody's perfect. I think right now we should help Ben Shapiro. I think right now we should give Ben Shapiro the help he needs. You know, like you said, he looks so happy here. He never looks this happy in the United States of America. He always looks so forlorn, and he's scowling. He clearly, like Ed Gein's mother, sees us as a den of sin, of ill repute, if you will. So I would pitch, this is, again, just my pitch, Ben Shapiro stays in Israel.
The Shapiro show with him.
The only reason I want Ben Shapiro to stay in Israel is because, again, he looks so happy. And I think
it's really for his benefit.
It's 100% for him. I know what we're giving up. I know the gem and the treasure that the United States of America is losing if Ben Shapiro stays in Israel. But I'm willing to make that sacrifice, nay, that covenant, in order for Ben to be happy, because I don't think that we should selfishly consume all of Ben's lifeblood and energy when clearly it's better suited in Israel. Look at that. Look at those flags in the background. I've never seen him that happy with an American flag in the background.
I've never even seen him with one. Does he wear the lapel pin or anything like a lot of other stupid fucking posers?
I don't see the
Not right now,
pin.
obviously, but I mean, like, just when he does his show and shit. Clearly the decor suits him. The lighting is in his favor, and he seems generally at peace and happy. No, you should stay there, buddy.
More exuberant. He might have switched shampoos, but I think even his hair looks like it's more voluminous in Israel.
Yeah, I would say it does look lighter. It's got a little lift in there.
I don't know why he wouldn't stay. I mean, again, we'll miss him. America will miss him. We don't want to see him go, but we're happy to see him happy. And if that means that he has to go to Israel and stay there, then I think Ben should be in his home where he feels the most patriotic. God bless.
It'd be great if that's what we got.
Good for Ben. You should, look, even Nick Fuentes, look at this. Even Nick Fuentes is being supportive.
You should stay there.
You should stay there, actually. Look at that. We've got peace. We have peace between Ben Shapiro and Nick Fuentes. Look what happens. Peace is in the air.
Never thought I'd see the day.
Right. Trump has encouraged peace between Fuentes and Shapiro, Israel and Palestine. You should stay there, actually. What a fucking nice thing for Nick to say to Ben. After all of their history, to do him such a kindness is, it's quite frankly, it's too much. You know what, though? I am, in all seriousness, I am counting down the seconds, the minutes. I'm going to do the Rumsfeld thing, or Cheney, I can't remember who it was. Days, maybe weeks, I doubt months. Ben Shapiro is going to be talking about how he believes the Palestinians aren't holding up their end of the bargain. He's going to be on his show talking about how the neutral party that's running Gaza, which is being run by Tony Blair, who is basically an agent of Israel. We need
it's being enforced by the IDF. Like, yeah,
we need to find those leaked emails from this weekend.
Oh, there were leaked emails?
Yeah.
Let me guess, the leaked emails. But remember, guys, the plan is the minute the ceasefire is in effect, they broke it, and we go right back in.
You know what? It's really easy if I go to like Jimmy Dore's YouTube channel, but it's really difficult when I search on Google for leaked Israel emails.
It's almost like Google is trying to make sure it doesn't get put out there very much.
It's fascinating. I can, like, if I go on YouTube right now, Jimmy Dore Israel emails. Okay, I just typed that up. Israel is already breaking the ceasefire. Proof Zionists control Trump's cabinet, including Marco Rubio. Now, see, the problem is this is 20 minutes long. Oh, the other thing, Ellison. So there's two Ellisons. There's Larry Ellison, the old man from Oracle, who just acquired TikTok, and they're acquiring Paramount as well because Jews don't control the media. And then there's his son, Dave. Remember I said David Ellison yesterday? That got in my head, and I went, I'm sorry, Larry Ellison, my bad. David's his son. And you'd all be dead now if it wasn't for his David. Well, they found out that the Ellison family, they're like massive advocates of this, like, universal surveillance. Like, they want to be able to keep an eye on everybody. They want private companies to be able to surveil everybody, and they pitch it as, isn't this so great? Wouldn't this be wonderful? And they like use the example of, oh, what if a police officer does a really terrible thing? We would be able to know right away. It's like, we already have that.
We already have that. It's the cameras on our phone.
Body cameras, and people have phones. We don't need you. Like, they want Oracle and these other companies that will also own TikTok and Paramount and CBS. They want those companies to have
to
like
be in charge of watching us all together.
A surveillance system. Yeah. The Ellisons
I'd be
are
okay with
up.
if I hadn't seen time and time again about how their news companies are usually and media companies are usually biased and push a narrative. So I'm like, probably not.
It never
Probably
seems
not for the
it
best.
never seems to work out. You know?
I don't know. Every time I watch Total Recall, I feel like that was the beginning of the end when they all were being watched. No, I don't think that's a good idea. Is it like a legit thing they're talking about, or is this just like a planning?
It's something he's been kicking around for a while. He's given speeches on it and stuff. It's kind of like, what's his name? The guy who controls J.D. Vance, and him talking about how he wants like enhanced AI humanoids. Peter Thiel. It's just something that, you know, he wants. It's the people who want that shit, even if the thing might be okay, the people who want it always seem really suspect. Let me play this real quick. This is the Israeli emails. This is part of the reason why I think
Israel agrees
Ben
to
Shapiro,
another one of those ceasefires where Israel.
This is where Ben Shapiro, I think he would be happiest staying in Israel, because I think they kind of fit more his speed. I think he feels more patriotic there. But this is Jimmy Dore talking about these emails. I'm going to skip around here because Jimmy's a really good host. Jimmy does a really good show. But I want like a very clipped down version of this.
Possibly can.
At least for, you know, the far right-wing coalition that's currently in power around.
Oh, shit. I did the already breaking the ceasefire one. I apologize. I'm kind of doing this on the fly. That's my bad. Here we go.
Is on track to take control of the American media. What? He's on track. He is. He's got it. How do I know Larry Ellison and Israel is controlling Trump's cabinet? At least the Secretary of State, probably the most important cabinet member. So this guy Ron Prosser sent an email to Larry Ellison. Larry Ellison, the guy who owns TikTok and a sixth of the American media now. Larry, hi. I really enjoyed spending the afternoon and evening with you. Time flies with you. Thank you. Big hug from Ron. Okay. All right. Here's another one. This is on the April 26, 2020. Larry.
It's 2015. I don't know why I said 2020. It's 2015. But this is just showing Larry Ellison and his influence in the Trump administration and who they pick.
Hi. Please send me his speech. Thanks. His speech, meaning Marco Rubio's speech. On April 30th, Prosser sent another message to Ellison to follow up, sharing his phone number and thanking him again for the evening they spent together. How was the conversation with Mario Rubio? He meant Marco.
These people don't even give a fuck what their names are. They just want to have their little chess pieces in place in power so that they can say and do all the right things when it comes to Israel. It's like, we're really proud of you there, Mario Rubio. It's Marco. Yeah, whatever. We're just excited.
Go eat a mushroom or something.
Yeah. What are you, some kind of fucking Itai? I'm Cuban, sir. Yeah, whatever.
Oh, he did suck his dick.
So there you go. And this is Larry. Hi. How was the conversation? There it is. Did you have a chance to talk about Israel? Would love to chat. Big hug again. Thanks for a wonderful evening. Down here, great meeting with Mark. I set him up. There it is. That's the actual emails that I just read.
Yeah, Larry Ellison said I'd like to set him up with Tony Blair. So Tony Blair's an Ellison guy. Tony Blair's an Oracle guy. Like they're all. This is what has me. I don't want to be the turd in the punch bowl on this peace deal. But like all these, like they're all in cahoots. Trump, Netanyahu, Ellison, Oracle, Rubio, Blair, like all of these people involved in this peace deal. And we're supposed to believe that the Palestinians aren't going to get fucked on this.
Oh, dude, the minute they announced that peace deal, I thought to myself, like, regardless of whether or not you think Trump is a puppet for Israel, they would use it as an excuse. It was just it was too perfectly worded for, well, we're going to do this, and you guys really have to prove that you can responsibly handle yourselves. Like, we're treating the Palestinians like children, going, look, we're gonna start giving you back control of your room, but you better pick up after yourself there, slugger. And quite frankly, the whole thing set up to be like, look at that shit on the floor. All right, that's it. I'm coming back in. Clearly you can't do this. Clearly you can't handle this. They did the hostage exchange up front, so now they don't even have their own people to worry about. I feel like they'll just go in and level it out and take it.
Burnside says, Aaron loves leftists now. I mean, Jimmy Dore is a guy who came from the Young Turks and he came from the left and all that. I like him. He's no bullshit. Like, there's no... As Frank Lopez said to Tony, it wasn't Frank Lopez, it was Sosa. As he said to Tony Montana, there's no lying in you. There's no lying in Jimmy Dore. He's just autistically spouting out everything he thinks. And Kurt Metzger is his co-host. I think Metzger does a really good job there as well. But yes, Burnside is right. I've been watching a lot of Jimmy Dore. I've been watching a lot of Sam Cedar. And you know what's funny? You got to watch leftists sometimes because these people are great. So I've noticed this with the Young Turks, too, when I watch them. They're all Team Candace Owens and Team Tucker Carlson when it comes to Israel and all this. They're all on their side. But they have to do the caveat of, well, yeah, Candace and Tucker have been right about everything regarding Israel. But they're anti-Semites and they don't like Jewish people and they don't. So, like, you can't just go, I agree with these people. They've nailed it. You have to do the double speak thing where you're like, they have been right on about everything. But they're anti-Semitic.
But I don't hate Jews.
But it's odd because it's either or. Either they're anti-Semitic, which is an irrational hatred of Jewish people for no reason. Or when it comes to Israel and all that, they've been right about everything. Because Tucker and Candace have never just come out and said, oh, all Jews are terrible. Neither have I, nor would I. I don't believe that. But, like, there's this weird thing where if you're a righty and you agree with lefties, you have to put a caveat in there that they're a total piece of shit, which I think makes your point look worse because what you're saying is, you know who I really like the cut of this guy's jib, even though he's a giant piece. I like this giant piece of shit.
Yeah, but so many people did that with Charlie Kirk. Like, I don't like him. I don't agree with what he says, but... it's really bullshit what happened to him. Like, it's like, yeah, you couldn't just be like, hey, someone getting shot is bullshit. You had to be like, look, this guy is an absolute piece of garbage. I hate everything he stands for. He said horrible, offensive things about people I care about, but I didn't deserve that. It was wrong.
Yeah, Burnside says that I'm just a total lefty now.
I think it'll change in time. I think it's a fixable condition.
I like this. Burnside says libto. That better not fucking catch on. I don't need to see 50 libtos in the chat. Look, it takes all kinds, right? And if people are right about stuff, they're right about stuff. Regod, I like Regod's been on fire today too. I unbanned quite a few people because I think our moderators went a little insane and they banned people who I genuinely like, even if they don't like me. I know where it comes from. I know it comes from a place of love, even if they don't know it. And I support them and I love them. And so I saw a lot of names in there. Regod was one of them where I'm like, I like Regod. I like him.
Okay.
Wait, I don't want him banned. T. Jefferson. I love T. Jefferson. Burnside. I love Burnside. I like all these guys. People have this idea that if you call me Libto or something like that, oh, you got to be banned. No, I love that shit. If someone writes the same fucking thing 80 times in the chat, yeah, I'm going to cut them loose. Because it's like, dude, just calm down. You're out of control.
Your autism dropped for a second, my friend.
It's like getting kicked out of a bar. You you're putting everybody on edge. But some of these guys are very funny. Like Regod says, Johnny, who does your hair? I want the Ellen DeGeneres look too. Looking good, my she, they. Oh, he even used your proper pronouns.
Who does my hair? I guess technically my bed. I didn't do anything special with it when I got up today. It's short, so I didn't need to. I'm sorry. It's just the way
Why
I
are you saying sorry? The guy's complimenting your hair.
It feels weird, the whole, like, I want the Ellen DeGeneres look, too. And
what's wrong with the Ellen DeGeneres look? She was a very powerful lesbian. Don't you want to be a powerful lesbian now that you're she-they?
No, and it sounds like he thinks I am one with the whole, like, way to go, my she-they. So
you're acting like I'm going to jump right to your defense and say, oh, no, he doesn't look like Ellen DeGeneres. It would be an improvement if you looked like Ellen DeGeneres. Every morning.
I don't know what's more hurtful, the fact that you think I'm uglier than Ellen DeGeneres, or
you thought you were wait. You thought you were better looking than Ellen DeGeneres?
I was hoping.
Really? You're an asshole, dude. You come in every morning. You're tired because I make you get up early in the morning, and you kind of shamble in, and you're like this. You ever?
No, I'm. How does Ellen? Because I have to get up in the morning.
How does Ellen start her show? How did she start her show? What did she do?
She doesn't have people sleeping above her.
It doesn't matter. What did Ellen do to start her show? She was beating up her fucking interns and her producers. She was beating the shit out of people. She was exuding a lot of energy. But what did she do when she started her show?
She danced.
She danced. She was up, and she was like lesbian dancing, like lesbo, barely, like white lesbian dancing. Why don't you dance?
Because it's literally, when this show starts, 6 a.m, and there is a 7-year-old.
I'm loaded
and
up.
I can't dance with my legs.
I'm loaded up here. I'm feeling good. I'm happy.
And there's nobody but you and your dog in your house.
SP's right upstairs. She's making candied bacon.
Well, there's that. Okay, so there's an adult.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a little different. It's a little different. People get up and go to school and stuff within like the first hour. By 7 o'clock, everyone's kind of
that should make y'all, hey, 6, 7.
Nope, it doesn't.
God, sorry.
Yeah, sorry.
Jesus fucking Christ. All I wanted you to know was that the Ellen DeGeneres thing was a compliment, and I think he meant it as a compliment. And
he meant it as a compliment. Again, I didn't view it as that, but that's my prerogative. I'm allowed to do that.
I'm just saying, if you looked like Ellen DeGeneres, everyone would think you looked better.
That's hurtful.
She's famous. She's got a lot of money.
What? So fucking plenty of people are famous and have a lot of money. It doesn't mean I want to be them.
People say I look like Rainn Wilson. Do you think I see that as an insult? No, Rainn Wilson he's a good-looking guy. If I look like Rainn Wilson, it's an improvement. Rainn Wilson doesn't have this shit going on. It's not like they're telling me I look like Jack Black. I can't grow facial hair.
But what if they told you you look like Jack Black? Again, like my point is, you're like, oh, it's not like they're telling me I look like so-and-so, but what if they're saying that's who you look like?
You know what it is?
Again,
you're a negative person.
Maybe, but like I said, I didn't see that quite as a compliment. That's a personal choice. Man.
Because you asked me, how would you feel if someone said you look like Jack Black? And I thought to myself, I'd find the positive in it. I have to go to jail. And I'm making jokes and I'm doing fine. I'm looking at it, this will be a new experience. We'll see how it goes.
Yeah.
It's positivity can take you a long way. Positivity can change reality.
Yeah, I still don't understand what that has to do with me. Again, I don't have to agree.
You should be beaming. They like your hair. You kind of, now that I can't stop seeing. I can't not see it now. You do look like Ellen DeGeneres. Your hair looks like Ellen DeGeneres. You look like a creator wrestler character or a creator boxer character and a hairstyle that they have. You look like a video game hairstyle.
Okay. I don't know what I'm supposed to do about that.
You're supposed to say thank you to people.
Well, thank you.
That guy gave money to tell you look like Ellen DeGeneres.
I'm very grateful that he gave money to support the show. Thank you, R.I. God.
It's Regod.
No, it's literally R.I. God.
It's Regod. If it's not Regod, I ain't playing.
Okay.
Oh, by the way, your eyes look like Dave Chappelle.
I don't. That's
Just
not really a
fucking
plus
say
or a
thank
minus.
you. Just fucking say thank you.
No, not if you're gonna make me. I'm not. Your,
Fine. I'm reading
not
this
your-
from Shit
not your
Show.
slave.
Shit Show with $1.99 says Digger is airtight somewhere right now, guaranteed. He's alleging that Digger is either suffocating or that she has so many penises in her orifices that no air's getting in.
That seems weird. I severely doubt that. And I'd like to know exactly how Shit Show got that. Is Shit Show the one doing it? Like, it could be for all I know. I don't keep track of the lady when she's not here.
Don't put her through that.
Put her through what?
That would be horrifying. Having to be in the presence of Shit Show, let alone be having intercourse with her. Owl B. Joshin says Anne Heche is giving Toe the side eye. Well, she's dead. So, I mean, technically every eye she gives is the side eye. Renewing his membership for a 41st month. Where'd he go? There he is. I am Walter for 41 months says, why did the mortician clock out of work early?
I don't know.
He was dying to leave.
Oh.
I'm not a fan of that joke.
It's not that great.
Oh, Bonan the Carbarian, which, by the way, I love that name. I fucked up the goal thing. There we go. 275 is our number today. We are back to goals. This sucks a dick.
A little bit, yeah. It was nice when we had that day ahead kind of cruising ability.
Evening shows, their viewership is in the shitter. That may be true, but they're still ahead. They've got like $30 for tonight. They're doing great. Let's just keep up with them. But you know, the morning show usually pulls through. We love them. You guys have given us a 2-week break from goals. It's fantastic. But we unbanned a lot of people. A lot of those people probably want to see this goal not happen. So now we have a whole new facet of entertainment for today. Our whole side quest. You got the goal and everybody watching the goal, wondering how it's going to go. 275 is our number today. Professor Tie-Dye with $1 says, stop saying Jewish person / people like someone who is trans or disabled. They don't qualify as Jesus! They do too qualify as people. Oh my God. Joey Caravello with $2 says, Johnny looks like a dirty beaner. Would you rather have people say you look like a dirty beaner?
I feel like is once again, this is a situation where I'm like, neither's fine. I don't know how am I supposed to look more clean and put together?
So now Latino people are dirty and unkempt?
Well, apparently I look like a dirty, unkempt Latino from if I'm not mistaken, dirty beaner implies dirty and unkempt Latino.
There's a lot of
Are we not using the same
Here's
words
my thing.
anymore?
There's a lot of racial animus going on in this show. Like, we started today's show saying, oh, lovely Ben Shapiro. It's so nice that he's in Israel. He
seems
should
so happy in his element.
He should stay there.
Yeah.
You know, even Nick Fuentes today is at peace saying, Ben Shapiro, you look happy. You should stay in Israel. Main Vein with $1 says, good morning, Libto. Yeah, Libto isn't catching on.
No.
Libto's not going to be a thing today. Is your newfound love of liberalism the reason we haven't gotten a WPH lately? You can't force a WPH. And there's no reason to play Erica. We haven't had a goal in a long time. We haven't had a goal. Scoutsko says, Aaron, can you use a voice filter for Johnny's voice? Everyone's fed up of the little whining voice. See, this is important. When you say thank you to the Ellen DeGeneres compliments, you don't get Scouse Ghost. When you turn your nose up at an Ellen DeGeneres compliment, you get Scouse Ghost.
I feel like even if you say thank you, there are going to be people complaining. It just seems like that's what the internet does.
I've never noticed that. I've only noticed them be very nice, very kind, and incredibly supportive. Posterior Attention becoming a member for 40 months. Thank you very much. Mumble Slam says, I've never given, nor will I ever give a cent. I mean, I don't remember asking, but I appreciate people who stand on their principles. I like that.
Thanks for being a fan anyway.
All right, here's what I say. Then hit like, hit subscribe, hit follow. And to the rest of you, if you would give a cent, We love getting sense. Thanks a bunch. Mumble Slam. Oh, never mind. This is the sense of humor person we're dealing with. Mumble Slam says, haha, the more you say Libto isn't catching on, makes it catch on, Libto. Oh my God, really? I had no idea that's what would happen if I did that. It's almost like I did it on purpose. I need these people to be able to catch up. If they can't keep up, how am I supposed to do a show?
I just feel like you could have.
I unbanned people. What I didn't realize is that I forgot some of them were mentally retarded. If I have to explain the bit, it's not going to work. Mumble Slam.
But what if that was what he was doing? Is he was acting retarded? So you'd explain the bit to kill it, or
never mind. I'm not going to explain it. $1 from Professor Tie-Dye says, you didn't read the last part of my chat. I was nice to Johnny, but now when you go to prison, you can say you're a member of the Bloods from the rectal bleeding. Wow. Actually, if it's internal bleeding, it's a little darker. I'd more be a Cleveland Brown. And I'm not going to prison. Prison and jail are not interchangeable phrases. There is a big difference between the two of them.
You got to be human first. He doesn't qualify.
Yes, I'm going to meet the sisters. Is what I'm going to do. All right, guys. People are asking me if I support. Some people are saying, Aaron, do you support this feline cat abuse? I don't know how much more clear I can make it. Yes. Of course I do. Of course I do. Shit Show becoming a member for 4 months. Thank you, Shit Show. Even while he was banned surreptitiously, I don't support that ban. He was still a member. He says, Johnny, you ever get Digger in the Jackhammer? You know the Jackhammer?
No, I don't know what the jackhammer is.
Now, there's two different jackhammers. We can talk about jackhammer sexually, or I think what he means is the converted suplex body slam that Bill Goldberg used to do. Speaking of Jews, have you ever hooked her arm around your head, put her in a headlock? That's the best. Lifted her up by the waist of her pants, got her vertical up in the air, and then let her fall onto your shoulder and then slam her to the mat. You ever give her the jackhammer?
No, I did not. We still haven't been able to physically meet in the same space yet. We're working together on she's got her passport and she's either going to come here.
How do you know she doesn't have a cock? Have you seen her vagina?
No, I have not.
Oh, I just worry about the internet, buddy. That's all.
That would be a surprise.
Yeah.
Needless to say, it's been impressed upon her that that's not my thing. Far be it from me to judge, but if that were the case, that'd be a non-starter. So,
bull queers don't.
She's lying. She's lying to herself.
Bull queers don't care. They take by force. It's all they know or understand. She could have a dick.
I mean, technically, yeah. I can't say she can't because I haven't seen it.
Be careful.
So,
that's all I'm saying.
I'm taking my time.
Be careful. And if I'm going to tell you right now, she got into your good graces. She's in your head. She's going to whip out that cock. Your instinct is going to be to run. Follow your instinct, because if you stay and you try to have a conversation about that, she is going to twist and spin your emotions to get you to support her having a penis, and she's going to get you to suck it.
I really don't think she has a penis.
I didn't say she does.
But you're painting this scenario where she's apparently avidly going to defend her ownership of a penis.
If she does have a penis, she's going to try and get you to put your mouth on it. And I'm worried that you feel for her a certain way that she could talk you into it. And I just don't want to see you.
No, that would without putting too fine a point on it from various life history experiences we've exchanged, that would mean that she lied routinely. And I have this thing where...
Are you saying women with a cock don't ever lie?
I'm just saying if I don't want to go into her personal stuff. I'm just saying if she no, it's off.
I just
Feels
don't want
off.
to see you sit on a dick, buddy. That's all.
Yeah, I'm not gonna.
You know, I'm already in danger of it. I don't, I don't want to see.
Well, that's because it'll be the only seat left in the jail.
I'm protective of you. I just don't want you to get trans cum in your Ellen DeGeneres hair.
Well, don't worry. There is zero chance of that. So we're good.
Just making sure. Gray Duckling with $5 says, for Aaron's massive clit. These are disgusting
Thank you.
rumors.
Thank you.
No, these are disgusting rumors, and I disavow every one of them. Thank you, Gray Duckling, for the $5. 270 is your number today. You know, I really feel like we've had some good talks today.
We've had some interesting ones. The Ellen DeGeneres hair.
I wouldn't go that far. I wouldn't say they've been interesting.
Okay.
I'd say they've been good. Matthew Q with $1 says, I have no idea what people are talking about. You've done a WPH almost every hour of every show for the last couple weeks other than Rumble Friday, have I? I mean, the Hebrew people and sand people from Star Wars constantly come up. I don't feel like I have.
I'm not sure what he's talking about. I only know about yesterday and today. I don't think we didn't have a WPH yesterday.
All right, guys, I'm very excited about today's show. We got plenty to talk about. 270 is our number. Do me a favor, hit like, hit follow, hit subscribe. Let's get moving. I have been watching the Ed Gein Netflix miniseries. Finish your weed.
Yep, working on it, man. I'm in a
Did you remember your ivermectin yesterday?
Yes, I remembered my ivermectin yesterday.
I was thinking about you yesterday. You can't be skipping that shit.
Literally yesterday was the only day I missed it, and I think it explained why my ability to sleep yesterday night was so bad. It doesn't explain why I'm still so tired today, but I slept a lot better. I got, my 9 hours of sleep, so we're good.
All right. The point is, I'm watching the Ed Gein thing on Netflix yesterday, and I have to say this right up front. I'm 2 episodes in of an 8-episode series. Whoever made it did a very good job making it. What I'm about to say after this is not a criticism of the quality of the Ed Gein. It's called Monster, the Ed Gein story. It's not a criticism of the way they made it. It's more a critique of how I've reacted to it.
Okay.
They did such a good job with this thing. They get you so emotionally invested. I don't think I'm going to be able to finish this thing. I mean, I know the story of Ed Gein. I know the details of Ed Gein. I've watched documentaries on Ed Gein. But putting it into on the screen and putting it in a replay scenario, Jesus Christ. I mean, it makes me, it's going to sound fun. Oh no, Libto is going to come out. This is going to be very Libto.
Uh-oh.
It makes me kind of understand the trans thing a little bit. But hear me out. This is an extreme situation. If Ed Gein would have been allowed to transition or whatever, I think he still would have been I think he still would have been a head case. I think he still would have been mentally ill, but I don't think he would have dug up women's graves, flayed their skin, killed women and cut their skin off and made chairs and belts and robes and lampshades out of them. I don't think he would have done that. I think he just would have been your garden variety nutso trans person, or gay, or whatever the case. Ed Gein was incredibly fucked up, and his mom would just berate him and call him a tool of Satan and unholy. She was crazy, super duper religious. She thought La Crosse, Wisconsin in the 1940s was the whore of Babylon. Ed Gein's mom had such a low tolerance for sin that she thought La Crosse, Wisconsin was Sodom and Gomorrah. And she wouldn't let him go.
That is a low tolerance.
Right? She wouldn't let him go to La Crosse. So every time Ed Gein would say he talked to girls or anything like that, she's remember Kathy Bates in The Water Boy?
Yeah.
Kind of like that. only really dark and real and the whole thing. And so
meaning everything is the devil, right?
Right.
Okay.
Ed Gein's mom has a stroke. He has to take care of her. Ed Gein's mom dies. And he still hears his mother's voice. She's still communicating with him. She's still yelling at him, everything else. He starts grave robbing women. He starts killing women. He starts making clothes. He is the inspiration for Buffalo Bill in The Silence of the Lambs. So he's doing the whole, Goodbye Horses by Lazarus wasn't out then. But if it had been,
he would have danced to it.
Maybe he would have danced to it for a little bit, but then he would have heard his mom's voice saying dancing is sinful and it's evil and Jezebels and all that stuff. So Ed, there's something about when I watch it in a documentary form, I'm fine with it. It's very interesting. Watching this miniseries,
where it's kind of played out as events,
legit fucking me up. Not only that, Charlie Hunnam. Where do I know Charlie Hunnam from? Because he seems familiar.
Where do you not know him from?
Really? He's in everything?
Well, not everything, but he's in a lot of stuff. Sons of Anarchy is the big TV show he was known for. He was in Pacific Rim. They've put him in a couple of different films. He's in The Gentleman, a film I actually kind of enjoy a lot with Matthew McConaughey. I'm trying to think of where you might know him from specifically. But Charlie Hunnam's been in a lot. He was in that weird Robin Hood remake with Jamie Foxx. Or wait, no, his wasn't the one with Jamie Foxx. That was the other British dude with Jamie Foxx. He was in the one, but he was in a Robin Hood remake too.
Nefarious says, Aaron, you've never seen a documentary because none of this is true. Yes, it is. He was a grave robber.
Ed Gein was a real person.
Yes,
and
Ed Gein was a real person. He robbed graves. Simon Whistler did a great job with the biographics thing. I think that was the most concise Ed Gein documentary I've ever covered. The miniseries does, I thought this was weird. The miniseries takes liberties with the Ed Gein story, which I think is strange because you don't need to gross it up. You don't need to fuck Ed Gein up more. He kills his brother in this miniseries. Ed Gein never killed his brother. Ed Gein's brother was not smashed in the head by Ed Gein. That never happened.
Beautiful story.
Yeah. So, and Skouskos just said it in the Rumble chat. One of the creepiest things so far of this movie, I didn't realize, and maybe I should have, because Stephen King, all these guys who are in the horror genre are fucked up. I didn't realize what a fucking creepy, gross pervert Alfred Hitchcock was. So Alfred Hitchcock wrote Psycho based on Norman Bates is based on Ed Gein.
Ed Gein. Yeah.
Norman Bates, Leatherface, James Gumb, what do they call him in Buffalo Bill in Silence of the Lambs, all based on Ed Gein. Francis Dollarhide in Red Dragon, sort of a little bit on Ed Gein with grandma talking to him and everything. But Alfred Hitchcock was, obviously we have pictures of him. We know he was fucking creepy looking, but I think people get creepy looking from being genuinely creepy people. Alfred Hitchcock was a guy who would hang pictures on the wall of dressing rooms where he was shooting films, and then would remove the picture, and he had a peephole, and he would watch actresses change.
That's really fucked up.
And he was really into Ed Gein, in a not okay way.
Does he have anything to do with the miniseries thing, or is he
Alfred Hitchcock's been dead for decades?
Well, no, and I don't mean the real Alfred Hitchcock. I mean is there an Alfred Hitchcock character in the miniseries? I'm just weird.
Yeah, because they flash forward from Ed Gein doing his thing to
how it affected
Alfred Hitchcock making Psycho, and Alfred Hitchcock was he was talking to the actor who was going to play Norman Bates, and he's walking him through Ed Gein's house, and he's like, "You have a secret, don't you? We all have secrets. And if you don't let those secrets out, then you end up like Ed Gein does. We have to find an outlet and find a way to..." Two of the creepiest voice people in history to me, Alfred Hitchcock, Truman Capote. Both just really weird sounding dudes. But so far I've seen a lot of things in the Ed Gein series that like aren't accurate to history.
Okay.
And like they're trying to like play up. I think what happened was they nailed that Jeffrey Dahmer documentary so well that they're like, we gotta up it for the next one. And there's no reason to do that with Ed Gein. Like the Ed Gein story is good. You don't need to.
I wouldn't call it. It doesn't need to be changed. It's
Right.
fine on its own.
Right. Schmitty becoming a member for 40 months. Thank you very much, buddy. I appreciate that. But now there's all this attention that Wisconsin is getting, where Ed Gein is from. The town he's from, Plainfield, Smithfield, Plainfield, Wisconsin, where Ed Gein is from. Now they're getting all this renewed attention. They don't like it. You don't want to be known as the Ed Gein city. You know, it's kind of like when the Dahmer thing came out, this happened too. The bar that Dahmer used to go to, that was across the street from either his apartment or his work, started getting a lot of business after the Netflix thing.
And they didn't want that attention.
They
They're like,
did
look,
not.
we like money, but this is not why.
Like they put out a statement and a whole thing saying like, hey, look, we're not, this isn't what we're about. We're not doing the, we're not trying to make money off being the Jeffrey Dahmer bar or anything like that. It didn't matter. People wanted to go there. People wanted to follow, the steps that Jeffrey Dahmer took. People are fascinated by serial killers.
Well, that's always been a thing since they did the fucking Making a Murderer, and people are like, I think he's innocent. And it's just ever since then, they've been like, you know what? Let's just grab this stuff and we could do whatever we want with it. People will believe us.
Making a Murderer made me so misogynistic. It's unreal, because I was like, God damn it. Is there a fucking like weird guy who needs to be rescued, Belle, that fucking white women won't answer? Because these broads that made that Making a Murderer documentary fell for, I mean, they might as well have been hired by the Avery family to be a PR firm. Because I got
Some
news.
have said they have.
Stephen Avery killed that woman. He murdered her. Like, they left so much out in that documentary they left so much out of the evidence. They left so much out of the testimony. I can buy.
If they share all of those, you won't think he's innocent.
Right. Well, Ken Kratz was a fucking creep, and Ken Kratz didn't unfaithfully prosecute Stephen Avery. Ken Kratz was just creepy to women in domestic abuse cases that he prosecuted. He would hit on them and try to date them. He was fucking weird that way.
Fucking creepy.
But I can buy that maybe Brendan Dassey didn't have as much to do with it as they said he did. But Stephen Avery fucking killed that girl. Stephen Avery was a problem long before that Teresa, whatever her name, came along.
Mm-hmm.
He would go out on the road naked and just jack off in front of people, and he would follow women around. He's a fucking weirdo.
Yeah.
So I don't like the whole Making a Murderer thing was horseshit.
But I'm just saying, if you grade on a scale, then being like, hey, Alfred Hitchcock was also kind of a weirdo, and maybe some of the
and honestly,
stuff
if they had accused Alfred Hitchcock of murdering a woman, I'd buy it. But he never was. Never was. He more of
I just had him attacked by birds.
Yeah, it's just a Me Too guy. But God, one of the sloppiest, shittiest put together documentaries since. I think the gold standard of shitty, well or poorly researched lying documentaries is Super Size Me. But I think Making a Murderer is close.
Well, I feel like after this much time has passed and information we found out, Super Size Me isn't a documentary. It's a piece of fiction. Like, the guy literally tried to do everything he could to paint.
Well, do you know, that they would do all those checkups of his McDonald's diet, and they'd go, oh my God, you're destroying your liver. McDonald's is killing your liver. Do you remember why his liver was bad?
Wasn't he drinking?
He was drinking a bottle of vodka a day. He was just slamming vodka every day. He was a brutal alcoholic. He was getting liver damage from his alcohol abuse. The doctor even says in the documentary at one point, he goes, the only way I've ever seen people destroy their liver this way is with hardcore drinking. I've never seen someone do this to their liver with a high-fat diet. So
Yeah.
this guy, legit, I think McDonald's should be able. I mean, it didn't hurt their bottom line, but
No.
they should have been allowed to sue the guy. He did such a.
Oh, I completely agree. He lied about so much bullshit and misrepresented so much crap, and just again skewed his experimental documentary to kind of come to a very pointed narrative and conclusion.
Yeah, of course. Nefarious says Harold Schechter wrote what is widely considered the definitive book on Ed Gein titled Deviant, the shocking true story of the original Psycho, published in 1989. The book provides a factual and he ran out of letter. But anyway, Nefarious is the name of the book. Check it out. Yeah, Joey Caravello says Don Gorski eats McDonald's every day and doesn't drink and outlived the maker of it. No, he's not dead. Oh, shit, wait, no. I think he is. I think Morgan Spurlock did die. Don't you hate that when you don't think someone's dead, but then someone tells you they're dead and you still don't believe it, but you're like, no, I think I heard that. He did. He died last year. He died about a year and a half ago. God, I forgot Morgan Spurlock died. Wow. What was his cause of death?
Bet it wasn't a Happy Meal.
No, it wasn't a Big Mac. He had cancer.
Oh.
Died at 53 of cancer. So Don Gorski eating Big Macs every day outlived the drunk.
Outlived the alcoholic of Super Size Me.
Yeah, he's dead. Fuck you, dude, with $1 says the babysitting magic show scene is fucked up, but funny. JD Straight Shot with $5 says funds for a ghost party break on the 8th. Look, man, I would love to. And if we make a shitload of money today, I'll do anything you kids want. 265 is the number for today. Slow and steady wins the race, and you guys are doing that. Thank you very much. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, and Rumble Rants. Back to goals after 2 weeks of none of them. We appreciate that. T. Jefferson says Deviant is a great read. Okay. Well, so that's the book that you got to read. You know what I'll do?
Read it?
No, I'll look for it on the shelves at the Stearns County Jail.
Okay.
I'll take a look. I'll see if it's there. That's what I want to do in jail. I want to read about Ed Gein. That's what I'd like to do. They do get the Vikings game in there.
They get the Vikings game in jail?
I have a guard that I know. I'm not going to say who it is, but I've known the guy for years. I didn't know he was a guard, but he's a fan of the show. He wrote in, filled me in on all this stuff. And, there's the Vikings game.
Nice.
So
did you find out how you're doing it yet, or is that still up in the air?
No, still. The prosecutor kind of dragged their feet and didn't turn anything in until yesterday, so they waited. But the way it's worded makes me feel good about the weekend thing. But like I said, I'm kind of 50-50 on which way I want to go.
Yeah, one and done. It might seem longer, but
everyone keeps saying do the one and done. You know, everyone keeps saying do that one, but like I don't want to miss time off work. And then also during the week, I can see the kids after school and shit. I can make up whatever time I got to do on the weekends, whatever.
Right.
Like Thursday, I've got them all like today, and then I've got them all Thursday and Friday until I go. Like I can make that. I can make that work. I can make that happen. But also getting it done in October and just being done with it be kind of nice.
Kind of nice.
But the way it was worded, what they sent in yesterday, it does kind of, knock wood. It does kind of feel like they're hedging their bets on the side of week because, like, they don't want weekends. They're mad about the weekend thing. But they were also like, okay, look, if we have to do weekends, can we do it like this, and this? So I was like, all right, I think we can. I mean, for God's sake,
we can work something out.
People who drunk drive into other people get to do weekends. So I don't know. We'll see. We'll see how it goes.
Don't know that we should be letting them back out, honestly.
Kaiju Koshi says, since Ed's last parent died, the locals wanted him gone because he was weird, and Ed's ancestors made the lampshades. No, wasn't he like, he was into Ilsa, God, what was the bitch of Buchenwald's name? Ilsa Koch or whatever her name was, the Nazi bitch of Buchenwald. She was the one who like would make the lampshades out of Jewish people's skin and all of that stuff. He was super into that, according to the doc. Again, that's something I'd not really heard of in any documentary I've watched about him, that he was into Nazis.
Oh, he was. So it wasn't the one Nazi lady. He was into Nazis, and he kind of liked what she did with the lampshade.
Well, her. I mean, I guess, yeah, her. I should be careful with how I speak. Nicholas, my golfing buddy, with $10. Thank you very much, pal. Appreciate that. That's very nice of you. Oh, not only are we 255 away from today, but we crossed over 500 last night, members on Rumble. So that means that we are at 100 away from 600. 100 away from 600 over on Rumble. So gift those memberships. I appreciate it. All right. So the Wisconsin town is trying. Oh my God. The Wisconsin town is trying to get people to stay the fuck away and not talk about them and everything else. But, you know, people are fascinated by serial killers.
I'll say this. You're not going to get those people wanting to come in and check out, you know, the lovely fall weather or how does it look next year in the spring of 2026. So you might as well make bank while they're coming in.
Well, here, let's see. Plainfield, Wisconsin. Let's check out the bars. How about the R Bar and Grill? I'm going to buy that place, and I'm going to change it to the Hard R Bar and Grill. Let's see what's in Plainfield, Wisconsin. Oh, that's my kind of place. Look at that. If that ain't a converted VFW, huh?
That's VFW food.
Oh, this is
this is
Midwest.
Actually, I like the patio. Yeah, that's not bad.
This is a Midwestern joint right here. Look at that. Oh my God. Look at Grandpa over here in his Carhartt. Oh, this is Ed Gein country. You might as well have a sign on the door. It's something that just came out of a deep fryer. They paper plates. They host potlucks at the Hard R Bar and Grill in Smithfield. Oh. This is just people bringing. That's a crock pot. They got little bowls of pasta salads and shit and paper plates. Oh, this is where poor people have their funerals. Look at that breakfast, Johnny.
That I hate to say this, that barely qualifies. You've got your two.
Those are Jimmy Dean
sausage patties. Yeah, but that I'd say that wasn't plated up with love, but I'm not entirely sure that's an actual plate. It looks like it might be paper too.
It's not paper. I'll tell you why. Look here. There's a little bit of gleam.
Oh, yep. Yeah, no, I see the gleam
off the light. Yeah, that's a porcelain plate.
I was noticing just the ribbing on the left side of the plate, and I was like, "Yep."
I thought it was paper at first, but then I saw the gleam here,
the sheen. There you go.
But those are the sausage patties that you wrap in paper towels and put in the microwave.
Yeah, those are the ones they give you when you buy a fucking Eggwich at McDonald's. Like those aren't the greatest.
Oh boy. Oh, that is bleak. I'm sorry guys, but you're going to be known for Ed Gein. That's just the way it is.
Yeah, you believe me, you want Ed Gein to be what you're known for, not the food. That's looking kind of acceptable.
It looks like dry fish to me.
I'm hoping it's chicken.
Hey, look at our big tipper over here.
That's $1.
That's $1. There's a shrimp tail out of nowhere, like an RKO. That's a sandwich of some sort. That's some kind of sandwich. Oh, well, they got omelets.
It's really weird that on their Facebook page, they put these pictures. Like, you guys didn't have any other... You didn't think maybe have someone come in and take some nicer photos of the food?
Well, no, these are these are patrons who take pictures and then just post them.
Okay. Well, then that at least explains why someone thought, yeah, a messy table with a shrimp, tail, I guess. I was one. Just a shrimp tail sitting in the background. That's kind of up, man.
Isn't this a sign that your fridge is broken when you've got this condensation?
Or that your doors have been open way too much? Yeah.
Oh, the taps look nice. This is basically a converted VFW. It's a giant pancake, though. Hey, who doesn't love a giant pancake? Everybody's got to have a hook. Look at the tablecloths they use.
Are they plastic?
They're like the cheap tablecloths that your grandma would use at Thanksgiving. These are Thanksgiving fucking tablecloths that we're using at the Hard R Bar and Grill. Well, they got a fish fry on Friday because you got to, because it's Wisconsin.
Maybe that That's what the fish we saw was from.
Yeah, I'm sorry, guys.
so
you're known for Ed Gein. I'm sorry if that's the best you can do bar wise. You're the Ed Gein place.
You honestly, I don't know why you wouldn't rather be Ed Gein.
They're a population of 920.
Yeah, dude, fucking just be the Ed Gein town.
Sorry, guys. You're
It'll
Ed
blow
Gein.
over.
Do you know how many towns of 920 don't have any hook, any angle? They're just born, dead, and forgotten. At least you guys get to be the Ed Gein place.
Actually, to prove your point, I don't know how many towns of 9.
Satan's Mechanic says, what bar is open to serve breakfast? Wisconsin bars.
They got to feed all the drunks that slept it off last night.
Oh, yeah. Well, they might. I mean, Wisconsin shit, they might just stay open 24 hours, 100 hours a day, 24 hours a day. Nefarious says, can I give a $100 dono if you promise to read Harold Schechter's book? I will go on Audible right now and I will get Harold Schechter's book if you throw $100. If you throw $100 at the toe, I'm reading whatever you want me to read, my friend. And I'll get it done. I'll try to get it done before I go to jail. How's that? Nefarious, you drop $100 on the toe. You got it. I'll get the book. All right, we got 2:55 away from today. Let's continue on. Speaking of small town guys, an Arkansas dad is running for sheriff. Now, normally this isn't a story we would cover, but in this case, an Arkansas dad is running for sheriff while not on trial, but he's been charged with murder. After killing his 14-year-old daughter's accused sexual predator. So first of all, let me just go on the record as you must acquit. This guy's not guilty as far as I'm concerned. He says law enforcement dropped the ball on his daughter's case. And so he's running for sheriff. He wants to set things straight. This is kind of like Walking Tall.
Yeah.
Which
one?
God, what's his name? He's got that actor who died recently who's got like the coolest name of all time, Joe Don Baker. But I'm talking about the Rock one. I haven't seen the Joe Don Baker Walking Tall.
Haven't.
But the one with the Rock, he finds out that casino is selling drugs and there's all kinds of fucked up shit going on. The casino's rigged. So he goes in with a piece of cedar and just starts beating the fuck out of the casino people. And he gets tortured and he gets cut up and he gets carved up and everything else. And he goes on trial. He shows them the scars. He tells them what's going on. They acquit him and he runs for sheriff. He becomes sheriff and he's going to clean up the town. It's kind of what this guy's doing. His daughter was victimized by a sexual predator. He feels like the sheriff's department didn't do enough to help him. And so he's deciding that even while being charged with murder, he's going to run for sheriff. I hope he wins. You know what? Why don't I watch this video of him before I decide I hope he wins? Because
you're kind of endorsing a guy that we know very little about.
Right, you're right. He has been charged with murder, and I guess I cannot take that lightly. But the circumstances around the murder that he's accused of committing make me
sympathize with.
I sympathize. So let's listen to him, and then I'll figure out if I want to give him my endorsement.
Hello, Lone Oak. My name is Aaron Spencer.
I like his first name.
Many of you know my story. I'm the father who acted to protect his daughter when the system failed. I'm also a husband, a combat veteran of the 82nd Airborne Division, a contractor, and a farmer.
Yeah, not guilty. As a matter of fact, he can just be president. That's fine.
I don't know if I'm going to go that far with it, but I'm definitely feeling like he's not a bad choice for sheriff. If he's like, look, this guy tried to R-word people, and we're not okay with that. They didn't enforce it around here, so I acted on my own. But now I want to be in charge, so that way we don't have that problem.
You know what I see when I see this guy in his surroundings? Like, he's Americana. He is the USA. For some reason, you know what I see when I see this guy and where he's living?
Joe Schmo.
I think grilled cheese and tomato soup. That's who this guy is. This guy is that.
Sure you're not just feeling peckish?
I might be hungry. I think I might have some grilled cheese and tomato soup. I bought a nice cheese tray platter when I went grocery shopping.
Often?
Look, how I shop for cheese is none of your business. It's 100% mine. But the fact is, I got a nice variety cheese platter thing, and I would like to make a grilled cheese with it. And I think maybe you're right. I think the reason I'm thinking this guy is grilled cheese and tomato soup, and I've got some delicious red pepper basil tomato soup.
That's a great soup
that I'm excited for. So maybe, you know what? You're right. You're right. This is a subconscious thing.
Yeah. But he's still a good dude from the looks of things, from what we've seen thus far.
Yeah, so far he looks like Rusev. You know, he's the Bulgarian brute. I like him.
And through my own fight for justice, I have seen firsthand the failures in law enforcement and in our circuit court. And I refuse to stand by while others face these same failures. That's why I'm announcing my candidacy to run for Lonoke County Sheriff. This campaign isn't about me. It's about every parent, every neighbor, every family who deserves to feel safe in their homes and safe in their community.
I empathize with this guy, but I have a feeling it's like when an outsider becomes mayor or an outsider becomes governor. It's one of those things where like you run for sheriff because like, these guys are fucking it up and these guys are screwing people over. And then you get in the job and you look around, you go, holy shit, this is an overwhelming amount of work. And you start to realize
there's a lot more than it turns out it's not just sitting there with your feet up going, what you doing today, Tim? Like, no, there's a lot going on.
You find out that the sheriff's department wasn't like against you, or they didn't like hate your daughter, or they didn't like go, oh, what was she wearing? It was just that in any sheriff's department, there's shit that's going to fall through the cracks.
I really felt like law enforcement in my community really let me down, and they're always asking for more money, saying they don't have enough funds. That's why I want to be in charge. All right, guys, look, we really need more money because we can't get shit done. Like, you're liable to find a lot of the problems you have with the first guy might be institutional and not.
All right, guys, the sheriff's department is behind this month. The goal today is 3 speeding tickets. That's the goal. Let's go out there. Let's hit the goal. Let's hit the goal. Let's do this thing. Yeah, I support this guy. I want him to win. I'm glad he did what he did to someone who was messing with his daughter. But at the same time, I just feel like when you're an inexperienced guy running for sheriff, I almost want him to win so he can see the job for himself, and maybe that would cause like a better understanding of like what happened.
I will say this: he said he was what? He was in the airborne infantry,
82nd Airborne. Elite.
So yeah, I feel like he could probably handle the job.
Yeah. I mean, never mind. I can't say that word.
It's about restoring trust, where neighbors know law enforcement is on their side, and families know that they will not be left alone in a moment of need.
That's right. You know, making your way in the world today takes everything you got, and taking a break from all your worries sure would help a lot. Wouldn't you like to get away? Sorry. Cheers.
Together, we can build a safer, stronger Lonoke County for every family. I'm Aaron Spencer, and I'm running for sheriff of Lonoke County.
I thought he was going to say, I approve this. I was going to be like, I hate when people do that. I'm like, you don't have to do that. You only have to do that if there's a ad without your voice or face on it, and it's made by your campaign. You have to then say, my name is...
I approve this message, right?
Right. Exactly. You don't...
But we just saw you say it, so we're pretty sure you approve.
Yeah. You're sitting here saying it, I'm pretty sure. That it's... All right, Nefarious, what's the deal? Are we doing this? He says, you swear, not buy, but listen. Yes, you throw in $100. I am going to buy... I'm going to go on Audible. I'm going to buy the Ed Gein book. And I'm going to start listening to it today. I'm going to actually read the damn thing. Or if you want me to read it, I'll read it. If you'd rather have me read it than listen to it, I'm a complete whore who will do anything for a couple of bucks. Zen Man with $2. We talked about Abigail Spanberger yesterday. Unless there's something new. Waylon with $5. Says, Aaron, calm down and listen to me. All right, let's check that out. But yeah, I support that guy. I think he's a good dude.
I'll say this. It sounds like the sheriff there probably isn't doing the greatest job, so I feel like he could... What's the worst at giving him a crack at it?
Well, I mean, look, the motivation is like the motivation here is that his daughter was mistreated, his family was mistreated. He feels like the whole thing was mishandled and misprosecuted.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know how much I want an angry father to be in charge of all local law enforcement, but I'm willing to give him a chance.
If he gets voted in and then found guilty, how does that work? Does he
Good,
do
yeah.
it like?
Good
Does
point.
he take himself to jail at the end of every workday?
Do you get to do the Trump thing, where now it's
Or your
all
sentence is commuted until
yeah,
you're
it's all washed away? I don't think so. $5 from TDR Shit Show says, go back to this guy's track record. There is nothing that will be too much for this dude. He's seen shit and been through shit that others couldn't believe. I get that as a serviceman and everything else. There's a big difference between being a serviceman and having to do the administrative work of all this shit. Like the administrative work is what's going to be the real bitch.
the paperwork is what will really push him.
And the politics. You know, you got to remember if you're...
Got to kiss that ass.
You got to do the politicking and the fundraising and all of that shit. I don't question his ability to do, you know, the shitty part of
The job.
You know, the actual getting your hands dirty part. I think that's the part he's going to excel at. It's the, you know, glad handing and fundraising and politicking and, you know, the rich people in town coming to him, you know, let this guy off the hook for his DUI and shit, you know, the fucked up shit you got to do as a sheriff. You know, that's more than just arrest, send for charges.
But is he going to be that guy, or is he going to be like the whole like, hey, let my guy off, you know, let the speeding ticket go, my son's whatever, and I'm a big hubbub in the town, and he'll be like, too fucking bad, your son's bad, so speeding ticket. But if that's the case, he's going to be a very short-term sheriff.
Somebody sent this in. They said, Aaron, calm down and listen to me. And there's me with a Wyatt Earp mustache. Sign prohibiting firearms in the notorious Wild West town of Dodge City, Kansas in 1878. I had always thought this was a myth, but here's the photographic proof that you couldn't carry guns within the city limits. Now go and try some prickly ash bitters. That's apparently something they had. And somebody put my face with a Wyatt Earp mustache. I think what he wants me to play, Johnny, is this.
Nobody's saying you can't own a gun. Nobody's even saying you can't carry a gun. All we're saying is you can't carry a gun in town.
I believe that's what he wanted me to say.
Well, thank you either way for that support of the show, my friend.
Yeah, we appreciate it. Also, this is, this was Abigail Spanberger. Remember the woman who wouldn't disavow the guy who wanted that dude and his family killed?
Yeah.
Abigail Spanberger is running for governor of Virginia. This is what she wore to, they don't call it the House or the legislature in Virginia because they're a commonwealth. I think they call it the assembly. This is what she wore to assembly during COVID. She wore like a plastic bag with a respirator and all this other shit. I mean,
my Lord.
This lady really didn't want to catch COVID, boy.
I'm going to say this. Somehow putting a bag on your face turns you from what looks like a mildly attractive lady to Hillary Clinton.
Let me ask you something about Abigail Spanberger, would you?
I mean, the one in the photo, yes. The one in the bag, no. Something about the face is different in that one.
One of the few women you put a bag over her head, she looks worse.
Right?
It's actually kind of a compliment if you think about it.
I think she needs the hair to frame her face properly. Otherwise, she just looks like an alien.
No.
It just, I feel like I'm looking at like somebody's undercover. Like they're going to take that face off, like the bag, and then their face is going to come off after that like it was a mask the whole time.
Well, here I go complimenting the looks, and you too. Here we go complimenting the looks of some liberal Democrat lady. I tell you what, they're right. This is becoming libto. I got to stop watching Jimmy Dore and Sam Cedar and the Young Turks before I just completely fall by the wayside here.
She's not the ugliest lady on the planet, just the bag thing. Oh.
This person says she's clearly a two-bagger. That's not nice. Sam Show says she's all forehead. Well, then she's all mine. If she's all forehead.
That's why the bag didn't work. It highlighted way too much landing patch.
245 away from today's goal. Go ahead and throw in a couple of bucks. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, and Rumble Rants. Let's see if we can't get this thing done. I'm out of practice. I've been without a goal for so long that I really don't know how to handle this.
Yeah, this is very relaxing to kind of just do a show and have a show. It's odd to remember. Yeah, we got to keep going on that while the time's a ticking.
Hit like, hit subscribe, hit follow. I like these 5s that are coming in. We are 100 memberships away from 600. What's that worth? I think that's worth noon.
Maybe for you.
For me. But if we hit 600 memberships, I owe these people noon.
That sounds fair.
Sam Show says, you unironically watch Jimmy Dore. Well, clips. I'll watch clips of Jimmy Dore. Who has time to watch, the entire fucking episode of old Jimmy Dore? Okay, we got Matthew Q. We got Nicholas, my golfing buddy. Thank you guys very much for your contributions to today's show. All right, I love this. This was around Christmas time on The View. The ladies of The View were talking about the Israel war in Gaza. And Alyssa Farah had no hope that Trump would come up with any kind of peace deal. This is when he had won the presidency, but he hadn't been sworn in yet. And he was talking about all these peace deals that he was going to get done. Alyssa Farah wasn't buying it. Well, now I feel like we got to go back. We got to watch all these proclamations that people made.
See how far off the mark they were?
Just a little go back in time, a little rewind. This is why you don't make promising declarative statements about what ifs, because it's going to come back to haunt you. This is Alyssa Farah, who, by the way, this is the funniest part. She's supposed to be the Republican on The View.
Wait, they have a Republican?
Yeah, allegedly. Anna Navarro was supposed to be a Republican at one point, too, and, we see where she went. You go on this show, you just catch liberalism like it's a disease. So it
syncs up when they're... Never mind.
This is Alyssa Farah talking about Donald Trump and the probability of peace in the Middle East. Let's take a look.
My point when I say I'm not going to be apocalyptic, it's not changing a tune. It's not making every single thing a 5-alarm fire. Yeah. If he does good, if he gets the Israeli hostages out, I promise I will wear a MAGA hat for one day on the show and say, thank you for doing it.
Well,
so we need a MAGA hat on the show.
Get this broad a MAGA hat, ASASASP, because promises are promises. And she said it.
He got the hostages out.
There were no caveats. There were no buts. Nothing. It was if he gets the hostages out, and not even by a certain time frame, even though he's done this in his first year in office. There was no time frame to this. If he gets the hostages out, I will wear a MAGA hat for a day on the show. I would actually give her a lot of credit because it would show that The View has a sense of humor that I didn't think they had.
It would be humbling. Yeah, no, I'd be all for it. And I'd watch the other 4 just go nuts that she's wearing the hat. Because Sonny Hostin and the rest aren't going to keep their mouth shut.
Sonny Hostin,
while that happens.
Sonny Hostin especially is just such a depressing fucking person to watch. She's just always scowling and pissy and shitty. And, I can't watch her talk about stuff without just feeling gross.
I guess that could be a thing. I don't know. I saw her learning her parents were slave owners thing.
That was funny.
And ever since then, I can't look at anything she says without laughing because she was so hard on the people deserve reparations and slavery in America and blah, blah. So your parents were slave owners. Well, I have to realize that's just how some people made their living.
I think due to her background, I feel like maybe she's the product of somewhere along the line, the master mating with one of the slaves. I think that might be where that comes from.
Perhaps.
Because she's mixed, right? Are you allowed to say mixed?
I guess. Light-skinned? I don't know.
You don't say mulatto. You don't say hi, Ella. What I think mixed race.
I don't have my color swatches here. I don't know what the name of that one is.
But I have it on good authority that after she found out she was both related to slaves and slave owners, she cut herself a check. So she's good. She's covered. Sunny Hostin.
She'll knock it right off my head. But like you have to be able to cheer for wins when they happen and then call out relentlessly the wrongdoing.
Well, hey, you know what? In fairness to The View, they got it half right.
Yeah.
I mean, they call out relentlessly, and I mean relentlessly, all of the wrongdoing. They just got to work a little harder at the whole cheerleading the good stuff.
Well, I mean, didn't they cheerlead all the good stuff Biden did?
Well, it was few and far between, unfortunately.
Oh,
it was few and far between, yeah. No, McLuck, no, they want me to light the lamp for what Sunny Hostin is. That's not okay. And we don't say mud people. It's not. 09 Canyon says it's biracial. Thank you. That's the phrase we use, is biracial.
Yeah, mudblood is a Harry Potter term.
You think so? Not to this audience. Not to this audience, my friend. Toastmaster says, like, Israel is going to let the ceasefire last. I doubt it, but she did promise to wear a MAGA hat for a day. Wear the hat. Well, no, she didn't say if a ceasefire lasts. She said if the hostages are released.
If the hostages were released and we got any movement on the hostages, all of the hostages, supposedly, from my understanding, on both sides have been released.
Yeah.
So this way Israel can just bomb them all at once.
Well, all the hostages are gone. Light them up. I don't put that past them. Like, I'm waiting for something like that to happen.
I picture it as cartoony as, is that the last hostage? Oh my God, they're coming right for us. Fire. Like, that's...
You're saying...
I expect them to Ned and whatever his name is.
You're saying that Israel's going to Ned and Jimbo the Middle East.
Yeah, they're going to Ned and Jimbo the Middle East.
This person texting in, Hillary Clinton praised Trump for peace in the Middle East. That's another thing I've been uncomfortable with. I've seen both of the Clintons compliment him. I've seen George Tenet, the former head of the CIA, compliment him. Leon Panetta, like all these globalist actors are like all in. They're like,
because they're probably being told to.
It's odd, and I don't like it.
They're probably all owned by the same, we'll say, conglomerate. And that conglomerate's like, hey, everybody, little soft applause for our buddy here doing this great thing of getting these peace things going. So
far, my theory is of how, like, I'm not even at, like, will Israel break it? I'm at, like, how will they? And for me, I think they're going to complain about they didn't get all the dead hostages back. But, like, how do we know you didn't blow them into a million pieces? Like, how do we know that the bodies of those hostages are even around?
I don't know. I'm more like V for Vendetta. Like, they'll just blow up one of their own, like, facilities or checkpoints. And they'll be like, see, the insurgents and Hamas and the insurrectionists and peace can't be a thing with these godless heathens. Better take all their land.
I can't believe that. I've never seen anything in the past that would show that Israel would create or allow a terrorist attack to happen just so they could, approach their own.
Here's what I think will happen. They'll want to celebrate peace in the Middle East finally being a thing. So they're going to hold a music festival.
Oh, that sounds
everyone together
nice.
For a music.
That sounds.
And all of a sudden,
I mean, who doesn't love a nice music festival?
Right?
I love music.
And that Bruce Springsteen movie just came out recently. I mean, a lot of people are like, feeling the old school rock and roll. Maybe we can get a couple of those.
That sounds delightful. That sounds delightful. I think that's perfect. There were some touching moments of the hostages being released. I do want to play a few of those. Right now, we are just under 600 for the morning. It's early yet. But I don't want to see us have shit numbers after we had a great day yesterday. So make sure you hit like, you hit subscribe, and you hit share. Tell people that Steel Toe's still around, that we're still hanging in there, that we're still doing it. We want to keep this show growing. 245 away from today's goal. We also want to chop into that. We want to get under 200 by 8:30, 100 by 9:30. Back to goals again today. But let's not make it an intrusive part of the show. Gift those memberships on Rumble, and let's show a little support for the toe. This is just some of the pieces, some of the video clips of these hostages being taken, you know, I don't care how I feel about what Israel did during this war. I don't care, you know, I feel bad for these people because I feel in many ways their government allowed their capture to happen.
Right.
I feel a lot of these people were betrayed by Mossad, betrayed by their own government, and they've been used as pawns for the last 2 years so that Israel could wreak havoc in Gaza. So I feel more bad for these people than I would if there had just been a Hamas attack and they had been taken hostage. But it's the fact that they were attacked by Hamas, their government let it happen, and then waited 2 years to sign a peace deal to bring them all home. I feel especially rotten for the hostages in this situation. This is some of, again, these family members have not seen these people for 2 years now.
So is the guy in the white shirt the hostage?
I don't know if that's one of the hostages or if that's one of the family members and this guy's the hostage.
Because I'm a horrible person right now. I'm like,
You're thinking he's fat, he's overweight.
you kept that much weight on as a
Yeah.
hostage? Like I was told by Israeli sources that the hostages were kept in miserable, inhumane, unbelievable conditions. But that looks like someone who has difficulty walking and stuff. And again, it looks like they've been relatively well cared for.
Well, just wait, because we're going to have Christian Amanpour is going to weigh in on this whole thing.
Okay.
And Christian Amanpour actually got herself in trouble, the CNN reporter, commenting on some of these hostages and the conditions they were in. She said a thing yesterday, and before she clocked out for the day, she was already back on air apologizing for the thing she said.
Oh.
So we got a good old-fashioned CNN apology. CNN, by the way, cannot stop tripping over their own dicks. I will say this: Jewish women not beating the stereotype in this video. A lot of wailing going on here. The walls in this room are called the wailing wall at this point. Why is that? Oh, I was like, I forgot this guy was disabled for a second. I'm like, why won't that Israeli soldier take his fucking hand off this guy's back? He's holding him up. I forgot.
Yeah, he's helping support him, buddy.
I love how I see an Israeli soldier and I just assume they're up to something. That's a me problem. That's a me issue. I see an Israeli soldier touching a guy. I'm like, hey, fuck off, dude. It's like, I'm sorry, he's paralyzed. Oh, that's, yeah.
I see an Israeli soldier touch a guy, and I take the hand doing it.
I'm thinking maybe this guy's the hostage. They're putting the flag around him. I don't know. No, I think he's the hostage.
All right, so
I got to tell you, if he was in a wheelchair going into this and Hamas, kept him fed and healthy, that's pretty impressive.
Yeah.
I mean, caring for a guy who's handicapped is not easy. Not that you would fucking know anything about it.
Yeah, I've never had to.
Yeah. Oh, wait, or maybe this guy.
Or is it
I'm having a hard time telling who's the hostage.
Yeah, what's going on with all the hats?
Okay, this guy.
No, it's got to be him because now he's hugging, and they both are wearing the same shirt.
Yeah.
So I'm guessing it's
these are family members of this guy.
Yeah.
That's got to be hard, though. Like 2 years you haven't seen the guy. That's got to be like an emotion that all these people have never felt before. That is, I'm like, on one hand, I'm really happy for these people, that they're free and everything else. On the other hand, I'm really mad because, like, even
they're Swifties.
Even Charlie Kirk said, before he died, he's like, I do believe Israel allowed October 7th to happen.
I mean, I don't know anyone who who thinks, well, obviously Ben Shapiro, October 7th was an unforgivable attack. Like, I don't know anyone who thinks otherwise, especially after given what we know about 9/11 and other events that have happened around the world. It seems like when the overall result is something they would like to have their hands on, they're fine with, again, people being just numbers on a piece of paper.
Yeah. It's all, like I said, it's all pawns on a chessboard. It's all just to accomplish the ends. It's one thing to know like a 9/11 is happening and you don't warn the United States because you want them involved in the Middle East, because at least that's a different country. It's not your people. But when you let it happen to your own country, that's especially disgusting, in my opinion.
I don't know, man. I mean, you talk about letting thousands upon thousands of people die, and then another couple thousand dying after as a response to the initial event. And then when you go over there, this one, you're literally going, hey, music festival, let them shoot people and abduct a bunch and just use that. I feel like it's a weird scale to be like, well, it's a different country. No, you're still allowing something you wouldn't be okay with to happen just because then it makes them punch the guy you don't like.
And if you're wondering, like, who won, so to speak, in terms of the peace deal, look at all the people celebrating and look at all the people being quiet. All the people celebrating, Tenet, Panetta, Clinton, Blair, Netanyahu, all these people celebrating the deal are people who have a vested interest in Zionism. And you notice that any Arab side is just like keeping quiet because this peace deal basically has them on edge, like don't blink the wrong way, don't move the wrong way. They'll call it a violation and they'll come back in. We have seen this movie literally hundreds of times before. So this was an Israeli W, this peace deal.
And I don't put it past them to make sure that somebody doesn't,
Yeah. I think they will try to frame a Palestinian violation at some point. Or I think there will be a new group that forms because Hamas has to be done. Like Hamas has to be done in that region now. And I think they'll go, oh, this new group has these guys in it. These guys were Hamas, so Hamas is back.
There you are.
I guess what I'm trying to say is I don't trust Israel to keep their word.
I've been listening to this station for a long time. I don't think we're going to hear a new song.
Yeah. Dr. Silverwolf with $2 says, no wonder the kids were starving. He ate the aid. Silverwolf with another $1 says they're crying because they won't get the insurance. Well, clearly we've had too many beans on today's show because it is 2:40. We haven't been able to do that joke forever. Oh, my God.
The return of 240.
240 is the number. Bozo on the YouTube chat says, can you turn down the crying? I wish I could. That was...
That's actually the beautiful part of the Zoom thing. Didn't come through as much, so I didn't have to hear it. It was all right.
Oh, my goodness. Mumbles says they let the terrorists go through anyway. It's literally security theater. It's about seeing who is cattle. That's why they don't like white people. Damn. Mumbles and I are going to end up getting along here, I think. That was a good take. I agree with Charlie Kirk. I think October 7th was allowed to happen. I mean, a fucking cruise missile can't get through to Israel. And now a bunch of guys on hang gliders or whatever, or propeller
pulled it off.
Yeah, I ain't buying it. Shuli Madoff says Obama created ISIS, Netanyahu created Hamas. Netanyahu didn't create Hamas necessarily, but Netanyahu did help secure funding for Hamas because Arafat and the Palestinian Liberation Authority, they were seen as very moderate. They were seen as very reasonable. You could do business with them. Netanyahu didn't like it because Netanyahu and his Likud buddies, they believe in something called the Greater Israel Theory, which is they want Judea and Samaria. They want these ancient lands, Gaza and the West Bank. And so they need a reason to go in and get it. And Arafat and the PLO were not going to give them that reason, that precursor to go and do it. But Hamas would. Hamas was violent. And so the Israelis got Qatar encouraged them to fund Hamas to the tune of like $4 billion or something like that, and secured funding for Hamas to get weapons because Netanyahu believed that Hamas would give them the best reason to go in and do some shit. And
boy, he was so wrong about that.
look, man, I'll say a lot of things about Benjamin Netanyahu. He is not an idiot. Benjamin Netanyahu is an incredibly shrewd and smart man. That's for sure. 240 away from today's goal. All right, let's move on. We're boring the shit out of people. Enough with the hostages and all of that stuff. Let's go to Christiane Amanpour getting herself in trouble yesterday. She said something that a couple of people in the chat have actually mentioned. She felt that some of those hostages looked like they got treated pretty well. Let's play this. Now, Christiane Amanpour, already, by the time the day was done, and we'll play that a little bit later. By the time the day was done, Christiane Amanpour had already apologized.
Statement we're about to see?
For the state, yeah. She, Mediaite doesn't want to, Mediaite doesn't want to play Rapids restaurant equipment, the Twin Cities' best kept culinary secret. They don't want to play their ad quite yet for us.
Well, the secret will get out if we see the ad.
Here we go.
Yeah, and Christiane, as we're watching President Trump board Air Force One hours later than he was scheduled to depart here in Israel to go to Egypt for that summit, one part of that speech that you just reminded me of was when President Trump was basically referencing public opinion of Israel and how it had changed as this war had gone on. And the president was saying, you know, that the world is a big place, that eventually the world wins. I mean, he was essentially arguing there about what public opinion was shaping up to be in regards to Israel when he was saying to take the win. And you think of, we've seen people going back into Gaza. Reporters have been restricted from going into Gaza largely. Obviously, there have been many Palestinian journalists who were there reporting throughout this war. But that's another big question here is when other people will be able to, other reporters will be able to get a full look at the damage inside of Gaza.
Well, Caitlin, you can imagine that's a question that I'm asking every day, and surely all of my colleagues. It is unconscionable that we have not been able to go in and help our Gaza colleagues tell the full story to the world. That is just something that I've never seen any democratic nation forbid outside journalists, and I've asked every Israeli official who I've interacted with over the last 2 years, publicly and privately, to open the doors and let us in. And I pretty much can assure you that once those doors are opened, it will be a scene of absolute abject horror.
Well, and, you know, that's the creepy thing is like all these people defending Israel. We're like, oh, it's not a genocide. Oh, it's not a that. It's like, okay, then will you let journalists in to see what's going on and report? Because journalists.
Oh, heavens no.
Well, journalists have always gone into war zones and put themselves in danger, and they understand that's part of the gig. And Israel says, well, yeah, you can go in. And they're like, great. You just have to go with us and the IDF, and we're going to take you to pre-approved spots and places. And you can cover this whole thing going on in Gaza. Whereas the journalists were like, no, we want to go to the front lines and we want to go and take a look at Gaza City and you know, talk to people. And like, we can't let you do that.
We'd prefer you didn't.
And that never looks good. When you're a country and you go, yeah, you're not allowed to go look around and cover this. It's never because you're not hiding something.
Right.
And I think for sure, people who start to talk to the hostages who've only just been released will find that it will take a long, long time for them to recover physically, but also mentally. It's been a terrible, terrible 2 years for them because not only are they there, you know, they're probably being treated better than the average Gazan because they are the pawns and the chips that Hamas had. Now Hamas has given up all its leverage, by the way, by giving them all up.
Yes.
So that is a victory for the Israeli side. But they will have had so much horror and terror as well because they were also in the war zone. Many of them underground, we understand, from those who we've spoken to in the past.
Well, yeah, if you're above ground, you're going to get the shit bombed.
There's nothing left above ground. They had a hospital that a whole bunch of reporters were taking pictures from, and just oh so conveniently, that balcony got a missile strike. Like it's
I actually heard that Trevor Moore was on that balcony.
Really?
Yeah. He fell off it when it got bombed. Poor guy. But so that the part that people got offended by, the part that people took offense to, was that she said some of the hostages got taken care of better than the average Gazan.
No shit. They were starving to the point where they went to food lines to get massacred. I don't doubt that the hostages got taken care of better. Because they had them for reasons. Like it's not like they got treated better like anyone gave a shit. Like, no, they got treated better because we need these people in good condition.
Well, and also, there's she said something else that was very poignant where she said Hamas has given up all their leverage. Like this is all they had was these hostages. And now they've given all that up. And again, I want to reiterate, if you want to see who won this peace deal, look at the people who are making hay about it and look at the people who are staying silent. That's what I'll say.
I just also, like we said earlier, I don't think it's a peace deal. I think this is a temporary hold before something happens to justify going back in.
Well, Christian Amanpour said that about the hostages being treated better than the average Gazan. Not something that offended me. Not a comment that I was upset by. I think it's probably true. I mean, first of all, the hostages were underground. That's already a safer place than where a lot of Gazans had to be. But some people found that so disgusting and so terrible. And again, this goes to what you're allowed to say and what you're not allowed to say about this whole thing. Christian Amanpour, within hours of saying that, the call had come down that she had to apologize. This is Christian Amanpour, again, just a few hours later, after she said that the hostages were being treated better than the Gazans, than the average Gazan. This was her on CNN just a little bit later. So much for journalists being allowed to express themselves.
Now, earlier live on air, I spoke about what a day of real joy this is for Israeli families whose loved ones are finally being returned from 2 years of horrific Hamas captivity, and for civilians in Gaza who finally had a reprieve from 2 years of brutal and deadly war. I noted that for the hostages who are finally home, it'll take a long time for them to recover mentally and physically. But I regret also saying that they might have been treated better than many Gazans because Hamas used these hostages as pawns.
Why does she have to apologize for that? Like, she doesn't.
Yeah, that's a completely fucking sane statement. Why did we? No. Why?
She does. Look, it doesn't have to be true. It doesn't have to be accurate. It doesn't have to be something you agree with. But you're allowed to ponder that. You're allowed to go, well, is it possible that these hostages were treated better than the average Gazans because they were underground and they were being kept as negotiating pawns to get Israel to stop bombing and invading us? Yeah, I would say, I'm sorry, but those 20 hostages who lived, a lot of them were in a safer place than the average Gazan.
I'm not trying to be a dick, but just from the news stories and videos I've seen about the stories about malnutrition and just starvation happening in the area, the hostages they released didn't look like they were suffering from starvation.
I will say that a lot of them did look skinny, but...
Yeah, but there's
pictures
of kids with their ribs out.
Just the fact that they lived, they got it better than a lot of Gazans got it. It's not to say that they got treated well. Look, first of all, anyone who was in Gaza was not treated well over the last 2 years. Anyone who had to live in the Gaza Strip was not doing well over the last 2 years. So this isn't Christian Amanpour saying, oh, these hostages got pampered or whatever. Look, was it a dumb thing to say? Yes, because this is a time of heightened emotion and people aren't going to take it the way you meant it.
Your handlers don't want you to say it.
But at the same time, what she said was not outrageous. I mean, it's reasonable.
And bargaining chipped, but that was insensitive and it was wrong. From speaking to many former hostages and their families, like everyone, I've been horrified at what Hamas has subjected them to over 2 long years. They've told me, as you've just heard, their stories of barely being able to breathe in the tunnels, not being allowed to cry, being starved and made to dig their own graves.
Yeah.
And of course, today, some of the hostages are coming back in body bags.
No, I mean, look, again, it was a stupid thing to say. But I really don't think she needed to come on the air, a couple hours later and go, oh, I was so wrong. Oh, my God, I'm so sorry. Like, either we get to talk about this shit freely and openly or we don't.
And if you're going to sit there and apologize, like I've talked to them, they explained the horrible conditions, some of them barely able to breathe, not really being allowed to cry and suffering from. Yeah, I got that check for just random people living in Gaza who had no fucks to give about any of this shit until it happened right on their doorstep. So, I mean, again, like I don't see why she should have to apologize for her statement.
No.
What she said was very accurate. Of all the people in Gaza, if you take emotion out of the damn thing and you just look at, of all the people in Gaza, those were the only non-combatants that were highly valued. Because, again, they were bargaining chips. And then someone like, that's insensitive. Right, this whole fucking thing is insensitive, and that's kind of the point.
Yeah, I think when she, it's not what she said. I think it's like when she said it, like when emotions are high and we're talking about all this stuff. If you would have told me that, she was going to say something like this, I would have said, you know what? I don't necessarily, I understand the point you're trying to make. Let's make that point in like 2 weeks. Let's
let this cool for a minute.
Like, you see a bunch of Jews jumping up and down in the Knesset and they're celebrating. You got to remember, if you do anything to harsh that mellow, they're probably going to come down pretty hard on you.
It's the same dance I saw on the Turnpike with 5 of your friends.
They pulled out their old Urban Moving Company moves for their celebration.
But so I don't think it's apology worthy. I feel like, again, as a whole, the world hears that and moves on. I think certain people heard that and like, this isn't the narrative that we want to allow a minute. Like, that's the part that bothers me. I don't feel it's like someone's like, I'm so offended and I'm so hurt by this insensitive, thoughtless comment. I feel a lot more it's like, no. You make sure she sticks to the script because the last thing we want is anything coming out against. No. We wrote this to go this way, so she better. And that's kind of like what bothers me about the whole apology thing is I feel like it was forced because somebody's like, no, that we don't want that narrative to even get air.
Yeah.
We want to be the victim in all ways, shapes, and forms, despite anything that we've done for the last 2 years.
Hit like, hit subscribe, hit follow. Numbers are down today. I'm sorry about that. And also, it's our first day back with goals, and we've made a whopping $40 in the first almost 2 hours of the show. Let's go ahead and rally up. Maybe we need to wake you up. It's definitely our fault. Throw in a couple of bucks, Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats. I can't wait to get back into the chat and talk to you guys. Let's throw in a few dollars. Let's get into some things today. Let's move on from Israel, Palestine, if we can. I know it's all over the news, but it bores certain people, and I really, really apologize for that. It's not a good sign if it's 7:45 and you're apologizing for your show. I need to get my fucking groove back is what I need to do. I wasn't vibing last night either. Last night I did a terrible evening show. I just couldn't. And that's the worst thing, like trying my best, getting my shit together, and it wasn't hitting. I am glad that I unbanned a lot of people on YouTube because I felt a lot of people were banned unnecessarily. But I will say this, I like having the perspective of those people because I think a lot of people banned people who were criticizing the show, and I don't want that. I like that because there are a lot of times where people are being critical of the show and they're telling me things that I'm thinking in my head. I'm like, I'm off today. Something ain't right. I don't want just a bunch of sycophants who are going to tell me it's okay. I do a very good show and I hold myself to that standard. And when it's not being met, I feel it in the back of my head. And there's something I like about seeing people in the chat kind of thinking the same thing. It keeps me sharp. So leave people the fuck alone. If they're not spamming the chat,
that's why I like the timeout method. Most of the time,
no.
No, I'm saying in general, in my thing on my chat, when people are like getting fucky, usually but keep in mind, I have an incredible, like by your account, I have no audience.
By my account?
Well, like I do a show for a much smaller group. You'd be like, that's not really an audience and whatever. Okay. So it's easier to keep up with every little thing in my chat. But like I said, if someone starts, getting spurgy or whatever, or doing something in my chat because my chat's on the screen and it's rolling. If like usually I'll end up talking to that person a little bit. If it's going whatever, I don't ban people. I time them out. Like, oh, we'll give you some time. You can come back in a while.
Look, if I had it my way, I'd jailbreak the whole fucking thing. But my mods would revolt on me. So I'm not going to do that. But there are a lot of people that got banned that are good, decent guys who like to bust a little balls, which is like what this show's been about for a decade plus. So I didn't like that. So I'm going to, like, there's people with names like my daughter and, they're being really weird and parasocial, or like Aaron's a cunt and I hope he dies.
Cool.
Like, I'll let that guy, cool his heels. But like, there's some people who just like to bust balls. It makes them happy. They're going to a job they don't like. They're going, to a 9-to-5 that they're not happy about. And they want to see this guy doing a show. And if it's not a show, like, I don't want someone who just whatever slop I throw at them, they're going to accept. I like a guy who's like, look, I come here to be entertained. I'm not being entertained today. I'm going to let you know. I need that feedback. I like having that guy. And if you ban that guy for saying that, that's a dog shit move. Now, if there's a guy who's just writing "you suck" 50 times in the chat, you got to cut him loose. He's stealing all the oxygen. But
well, like I said, that's why my first move is never to ban. Like, we time them out. We give them a few minutes. If they come back and they're a problem, and maybe.
And look, there's a lot of people I like to play with them. Like, if they're being super shitty, I like to poke them a little. I like to instigate them. I like to get them losing their shit. That entertains me. So I don't want to lose those people. All right, let's go to some of these clips of Tucker Carlson and Alex Jones. That's right. Tucker and Alex did a show together.
This ought to be interesting.
So, guys, we've got clips of Alex and Tucker, and these two do not disappoint. I mean, we've had Tucker have Candace Owens on. We've had Tucker have Alex Jones on. There's only one guy left that Tucker's got to have on.
Fuentes?
The generational run continues. Nick Fuentes has got to, he and Tucker got to bury the hatchet and bury the beef, because here's the deal. I think that Tucker and Nick Fuentes agree on almost everything. The difference is Nick Fuentes will just come out and say it. There's a thing that Tucker's been doing recently that really fucking annoys me.
He chooses his words very carefully.
He's dog whistling his audience. He's saying a thing, and then he's saying he's not saying that thing. And then he'll go and call Nick Fuentes a Fed, and he'll call him a gay kid in his basement. And I'm like, dude, this isn't productive. You and this guy are saying the same exact thing. You're just taking a longer road around it, and Nick Fuentes is cutting straight through it. Like, you can't tell me that thing Tucker Carlson did at Charlie Kirk's funeral or his memorial service, where he talked about the guys in a room eating hummus, deciding they were going to kill Jesus. We know who he was fucking talking about.
Right.
Like, and then you go, ooh, Tucker, you're kind of taking a shot at Jews. And he does the girl thing where he's like, what? What are you talking about? What do you mean I'm taking shots at Jewish? I would never. So he brought on Alex Jones. Alex is going through his own stuff right now with InfoWars possibly being auctioned off again. So they had a lot to talk about, and we got a few clips for today.
Did they talk about the auction, do you know?
We'll get there. First, let's go to Veldrain with $1. Says, being shot trying to get food and being fed to be kept alive, there is a noticeable difference. Right. I don't think what Christiane Amanpour was saying was an indefensible thing. I don't
think she was saying like they were happy with their experience or treated well.
I just think what she was saying was bad timing. It was just so not the time to, you knew you were going to catch shit for taking that tact in this whole thing. That's where she fucked up. Thank you very much to Wally World for gifting 5 Rumble memberships. Thank you very much, buddy. That's going to put Wally in 3rd place at 30. Thank you. Give him an AJ for that one.
I have sworn on the altar of God, total resistance against every form of tyranny, against the mind of men.
215 away from today and 95 memberships away from 600. Guys, keep it up. Let's go ahead. Let's get this thing going, and let's make that goal barely noticeable today. I would Love that. Keep passing on those memberships, and we'll be back to 600 in no time. All right, here's our first clip we've got. This is Alex Jones and Tucker Carlson talking about Nick Fuentes and Kanye.
What happened to Kanye? Do you still talk to him?
No, he. I don't think he's a bad person. I think he's disturbed.
Yeah.
And I think he got screwed over in business. I think a lot of what he said was true. But he'd be like, I'm flying to Austin to come on the show. And then halfway through, he'd call up and say, I think they're going to kill me. I'm turning back. And then next time, a couple times he said that, I didn't believe he'd be there. So he flies in one night.
Now, wait a minute. Who the hell is Alex Jones to criticize someone for feeling like maybe someone's going to kill them because they've run afoul of the system? This kind of annoys the hell out of me, to be honest with you. And Alex has been doing this a lot lately. Alex has been doing this thing where I don't know if, like, Lord knows I'd understand the legal stuff isn't going his way, but Alex seems to really be choosing his words carefully lately. Alex seems to have been losing some of his edge lately. If Kanye, with what Kanye's been through, I mean, first of all, the Kardashians, we know, mess with people. The Kardashians do interfere with people. They've got that Harley Pasternak guy who was Canadian PSYOPs dude, who we have the text messages of him telling Kanye if he doesn't stop talking the way he's talking, he's going to drug him up and take his kids away from him.
Yeah.
So Kanye has a reason to believe people are out to get him. People may very well be out to get him. And of all people to not be able to understand that, Alex Jones, look, I'm not going to be conspiracy theorist where I'm saying Alex Jones and Tucker Carlson are like psyops to divide the right wing in America. But Alex is slipping a little bit. He's slipping.
Well, and again, it's not like two things can't be true at the same time. Maybe he is a little bad shit nuts, but maybe also, again, maybe they're trying to kill him. He has kind of spoken out against a lot of different groups that have the ability to make that happen.
Right.
In a nice hotel. He doesn't like it, leaves, middle of the night. I didn't babysit him. I dropped him off, left, and he went to some downtown hotel. Next day, my show's starting at 11 a.m. Central. And I'm like, okay, see you in Vaughn. That's fine. Start my show. He pulls up wearing a GIMP mask. And
first of all, one of the funniest episodes of the Alex Jones show ever. When Kanye came on with that GIMP mask and had a net and Yoo-hoo.
God, yeah.
He had a butterfly net and a bottle of Yoo-hoo, and he was talking about Benjamin Netanyahu. It was fantastic. It was one of the greatest episodes of Alex Jones ever. Sorry that he gave you a great show, Alex. And again, Alex Jones is criticizing a guy for thinking people are out to get him, and then criticizing a guy for going on and saying wild shit.
That's literally what you do, sir,
right.
And what happened to you.
And why we love you.
I said, look, you can wear it for a while, but you take it off.
Do you have a lot of guests with GIMP masks on?
No, I don't. and so he just goes on and says he loves Hitler over and over again, which I guess it presses on the nerve of edgelording.
Yeah, no.
So it's like, I'm being bad. That only goes so far. And then I think I understood why he was wearing the mask.
Why?
Well, after the show, he goes back there and pulls the mask off to eat salad. And the pupils were just pure black.
Oh, so what's that from? Just being high. Someone comes.
6-7 hits of ecstasy, I think might do it. I don't know. I was like, he was.
This is shitty. This is really shitty.
I'm going to say this. It is funny to me. Tucker Carlson is like, okay, so those clearly drugs. What kind? I'm so straight-laced. I have to get a prescription for Advil. And then he's just like, oh, man, I don't know. Last time I did an 8-ball like that, 6-7 hits of ecstasy, maybe.
It reminds me of when Trump was talking to Theo Vaughn about cocaine, and Trump had no idea about cocaine. And he's just asking Theo questions, and Theo's like, it'll turn you into a damn owl, man. And Trump's like,
that's one that surprises me.
That Theo Vaughn has done cocaine?
No, that Donald Trump hasn't.
Oh, no, he doesn't drink, doesn't do drugs.
Well, it's just again, and I know that's the public narrative. I'm just 80s real estate.
You can't hear that. Why do you think he became a billionaire? He didn't have any of those things that were dragging down his soul, dragging down his drive, dragging down his motivation. You do drugs even more so than alcohol, because alcohol can be social, whereas drugs tend to be a little more isolating because it's not as socially accepted. Drugs will kill ambition. Drugs will destroy ambition. For every artist you can name that used drugs as their muse, you can find 10 more who are dead and who failed and are in the gutter. 100, 1,000 more. So Trump didn't drink and Trump didn't do drugs, and it didn't drag down his ambition. So where a lot of 80s real estate guys might have become 10 millionaires or 100 millionaires, Trump became a multi-billionaire.
Okay.
And a lot of it was because he didn't do drugs and he didn't drink. I mean, it's they're not good. Like, drugs of any kind and alcohol of any kind is bad. Like, it's not going to help you do better. And this hope that somehow people do better when they drink or anything like that. I've heard comics do it. For years, I've heard comics go, I got to have a few drinks before I go on stage. You are going to be less sharp. Your senses are going to be a little dulled, and your reaction time is not going to be there. Sober is the best way to perform.
And that's the only way that Aaron ever performs. He goes on stage.
I am dog shit when I'm drinking. Terrible. But, much better when I'm sober.
I would say overall though, like the thought of it was surprising that of all the, like, never tried it once, never done anything with it. So it was kind of surprising a little to be like, oh, so he doesn't know that one.
It's surprising that he doesn't, but it also makes sense once you find out he doesn't.
And I've never seen anybody
Whereas
with pure
Hunter
black.
Biden will tell you.
Well, that's a great example. That's a great.
Well, yeah, but didn't you see Hunter Biden in an interview a while ago? And you're like, you know what? I'd fucking vote for Hunter Biden.
He's also off crack. Which
so
is,
he says.
Well,
Peoples. Really? He was, he pulled it off. It was like glowing. He was just, and I was like, he's sitting there eating a salad. And I went, oh, now I understand what's going on. I mean, I don't know. Maybe, maybe a bunch of methamphetamine mixed with acid, they say?
This is gross. I got to say, like, I'm disappointed in Tucker and Alex Jones. This is really gross that we're just speculating, because we know Kanye's not well. And I do think it's based on what other people have done to him. But we know Kanye's having a tough time. We know mentally he's not doing great. And here Alex comes on and just goes, might have been doing meth. He might have been doing ecstasy. He might have been doing, weed. He might have been doing all kinds of things. Like, here's Tucker and Alex Jones just chortling about this mentally ill guy and what he did 3 years ago or 4 years ago on Alex's show.
Which is weird because he's telling us a moment that no one else but him saw. So we have your word that this is what happened and this is how it went. And he was clearly and don't get me wrong. I'm not saying Kanye's in a good state of health. I'm just saying I am just as likely to believe as Kanye's batshit nuts as Kanye's on something. I could believe either.
I have a feeling Tucker is upper crust. Tucker comes from very powerful, wealthy, influential people. I think that Tucker wants to do what Nick Fuentes is doing, but Tucker has friends in certain social circles that will pull him aside and go, Tucker, the things you're saying on your show, you're a little too close. You're getting a little, and I feel like Tucker's trying to create a degree of separation between himself and people like Candace Owens, between himself and people like Nick Fuentes. I think he wants to do this thing where Tucker's the only guy in the Tucker atmosphere, and I don't like it.
I don't know. I looked it up. It's hardcore drugs can do that. Wow. I'm trying to be mean to him. I felt like I was actually.
No, you're not being mean.
I felt like I was.
Yes, you are. You're going on another guy's show. You're talking shit behind his back about something that happened years ago. You are being
thousands
mean.
upon thousands upon thousands of viewers.
It'll be more than that. It'll be millions by the time it's done.
Excuse me. Yes. So it's just that's. I don't want to be mean to him. Yeah, you're kind of being an absolute piece of dog shit right now.
I don't like when people are being mean to people and then going, I don't want to be mean to people. Just be mean to people. You're allowed to be mean to people as long as you're being honest.
You're already doing it, so just own it.
Yeah. Lean the fuck in, Alex.
Being abusive, even letting him on air, when it was, because he was obviously out of his mind.
I noticed you didn't cut him off. I noticed you didn't cut the interview short.
Seemed almost abusive letting him on air. But I fucking did that shit.
I did it anyway.
And that was kind of the last anyone really heard from him. That was it, kind of.
Did you not hear the Hitler song that he made? That was the last anyone ever heard of him. He hasn't shut his fucking mouth since.
And didn't he do a thing about admitting to sucking somebody's dick? Like, I mean, I feel like he's been active since the Hitler incident.
Yeah, he did a song where he said he sucked his cousin's dick, which the song Family Business from the album College Dropout now takes on a little bit.
Really weird.
Yeah.
That was the end of Kanye, I think.
He's like, I'm going to take the mask off now. And he just pulls it off. And I was just like, because it's like a boardroom thing, table, harsh light. And I'm standing right there and he's sitting there. And I'm watching him just like going, and I was like, wow.
So there was no one around him who cared enough to keep him off the air in that state, it sounds like.
Yeah, well, he comes in wearing the mask.
This is where they're going to throw Fuentes under the bus.
I'm like, hey, I don't think I'm going to do this. I'm fine. I'll take it off in a minute. And then he goes in there and I go, take it off. No, I'm not taking it off. And it was just Hitler, like hit the button, Hitler. You know, it's like you can rig up, I guess, cocaine for like a pigeon or a rooster or whatever. They'll just hit the button, you know.
Oh, yeah.
Eating it forever. And
Wait, we're feeding roosters cocaine?
Okay, so
wait, who's wasting all this cocaine?
On chickens.
On chickens and roosters. And
so they'll keep hitting a button?
We're going to hit a... Guys, stop giving away... That shit's expensive.
I was just like...
That better be some pretty heavily stepped on cocaine if you're just feeding it to chickens.
That's the problem with getting those guys on the air. Because I'll have them on for a debate, but it's literally, they just go... Any of them now, they just go, Hitler. It's like... They just think it's like doing something. You're just sitting there going, this is really boring.
Yeah, it's not that. I totally agree with you. And dumb. And also you want to be on the side of like decency and kindness and life and, you know, babies. Like you don't want to be on Hitler's side. You want to be on a good side.
I mean, Hitler, people who studied him. I mean, he was a war hero, World War I, got gassed a bunch.
We don't need to do this. We don't. What are we doing, guys? We don't need.
Are we damning someone for being a Hitler fan, or no? Are we transitioning into whitewashing Hitler?
Yeah, we don't need to go into all the nice things that Hitler was or anything like that.
I think really, like if you ignore the books and stuff, I think Hitler was a good dude, like a guy you'd go fishing with.
By the way, remember we shouldn't go Hitler. Remember they said that now. Remember Tucker and Alex said that. We shouldn't just be going Hitler. I have my second. This is a shorter clip. We'll watch it all the way through. This is Tucker and Alex changing the subject because people who just go Hitler, it's stupid. It's out of bounds. It's ridiculous.
Yeah, and I feel like we really missed our chance to exercise genuine American exceptionalism. You can say, in 1941 and say, we're just not for totalitarian systems. We're not going to support, well, it would have been in 1939. We're not going to do Lend-Lease. We're not going to support your totalitarian system, Joseph Stalin. Sorry. We're not for Hitler. We're not for Stalin. We're America. We're for us. That didn't seem to occur to anybody other than Charles Lindbergh and the majority of the American population that supported that plan. And they've been slandered ever since ever since.
And they kidnapped Lindbergh's baby and all of it to teach him.
So come on, all these people who go Hitler, like really, it's enough.
Yeah. Stop talking about Hitler.
Enough with all the Hitler talk. Then they got into everything. I mean, they got into like spiritual warfare and God and demons and all this shit. They got into God and how God uses technology to signal us and fast. They were talking about fasting and how Christians are becoming persecuted and all this other stuff. But of course, they had to get their little shots in at Kanye and Fuentes, and then I don't know, man. There's something going on. Like there's something going on where all these guys believe in the same shit, and they should be getting together, and they should be on the same team, and they should be all getting behind the same boulder and pushing. But they've got these weird gay little beefs, and it's like, who's really behind all this?
I feel like some of them have handlers. I don't know necessarily that Tucker Carlson has handlers.
I don't know, man. Tucker's starting to
It
throw
comes
up
from money.
red flags.
Right. I'm not saying he's not. I'm not saying he's not. Anyone that we haven't unplugged could potentially be an agent. I just feel like because he comes from money and stuff, and it's a lot harder to own somebody who, like, for all intents and purposes, you shut down Tucker today, his life doesn't change.
Right. He's doing
he
fine,
does the show. He likes doing his show. He likes having his reach. He likes being a personality and all that stuff. But it's not like he's dependent upon it to maintain his lifestyle.
I'm saying more ego on Tucker's part. I'm saying, like, I think he's got that old media attitude where he's number one and he doesn't want anyone coming up and taking the number one spot. What Tucker doesn't realize, and it's something that we had to learn here, there is no number one when you're on the internet. It's limitless. There's no barrier to entry. There is no King Kong. It's all just little communities. It's fiefdoms. It's feudalism, really, essentially. So he's from old school media where he's not going to let this Fuentes kid come up behind him and take his spot or anything. You guys should be working together, because if they can separate all these guys and call them nuts individually, you can break them. We've seen it before. But if you guys are all one thing and you're all getting each other's back, then the message you're promoting, which is very similar, can flourish. But again, there's ego involved.
But is Tucker Carlson feeling pressure from Fuentes, really?
Yeah, I mean,
Nick
Fuentes getting bigger and bigger. It doesn't need YouTube, doesn't need kind of the main media exposure, you know? So, yeah, okay. I think he does feel a little heat from him. Look, there's a reason that Tucker's brought him up twice in the last couple months to kind of
on his mind,
cool his heels and denigrate him a little bit. Kaiju Koshi gifting a membership over on YouTube. Who got that gifted membership from old Kaiju Koshi? Goat. Thank you, Goat, for becoming a member. Remember, those are all brought in. Those are all gifted based on how much you watch the toe. So the biggest consumers, the biggest fans get them first. I like that system. Thank you, Goat, for being a big steel toe guy. Let's go into the chat here a little bit. Let's talk to Mark. Yeah. Mark with $25.
Thank you.
Says, in the interest of freeing all the prisoners, I vote jailbreak. Wow. Mark coming in hot with the $25.
I have sworn on the altar of God, total resistance against every form of tyranny, against the mind of man.
Well, I mean, look, we know that money talks on this program. We do have a goal again, so if you throw in an amount of money and you have a vote, it does get listened to. So thank you very much, Mark. TDR shit show falling out of the top 5. Mark now in 4th place. Redbird in the cuck chair with $21. Thank you very much. So I guess, I mean, what are we at? 195. So we're a little ahead on today's goal, which is great. Guys, keep it going. I'm going to say, we're at 190 after that. Appreciate it. 95 memberships away from 600. I mean, what? If enough people throw in money and vote jailbreak, I got to listen, right? You got to listen to the paying customers over moderators.
Yeah, well, it's your show. It's your flow, man. If you want to do it, that's up to you.
Roots Calhoun says, Jones' reluctance to speak on the JQ is what made me lose respect for him. Still love him, though. I love Alex Jones. I think Alex Jones is very important. But I do think that Alex will push certain boundaries, and he will be very cognizant of not pushing others.
Oh, yeah.
And maybe that's his personal beliefs. Maybe that's just what he believes. But I think I think Alex is very media savvy. And he understands what he's doing.
Real or fake, wasn't that the quote-unquote reason that Owen left? Owen Schroyer?
Owen Schroyer, it's been hinted
he felt
at.
Like he was being, like,
he felt like he couldn't criticize Israel. He felt like he couldn't say anything bad about Israel, or Alex would come in and tell him that he's got to cool it.
Right.
I don't know why Alex would all of a sudden just start being that way. Mumble Slam says Alex used to criticize the fuck out of Elon before he got let back on Twitter. Also, I think Elon has paid a shit ton of his legal fees. He often criticized Elon before he was reinstated. Well, I mean, you cannot be against the New World Order. You cannot be against people with nefarious motives and be pro Elon Musk and Peter Thiel.
Yeah, no offense, Elon. Dude, I seriously think Elon's an alien. I think he wants to go to Mars because that's his where he's from.
Go ahead and just go ahead. As a general rule, don't trust billionaires on face value. Trust that there's something else they're operating on, and you'll probably win most of the time. Brack says Aaron thinks these two guys aren't giant, blatant shills somehow. I believe that's kind of what I've been getting at.
Hinting at.
Is that there's something going on with both Tucker and Alex. There's something going on there because these are two smart guys. There's no reason they don't understand why all these people should be kind of teaming up, if you will. You know?
Unless they're on someone's bag.
By the way, this really pissed me off when I was unbanning people yesterday.
What's that?
Stalin 19 had been banned from our chat. I did not know that.
Who and why?
I don't know who did it, but it fucking pisses me off because Stalin's a good guy. I like
me. I don't have band privileges.
I don't like that Stalin 19 was banned. That upset me. That upset me. $5 from Gray Duckling says, jailbreak. I've been getting bored.
Oh, okay.
All right. We got more votes for jailbreaks here. I didn't realize that I had so much support even among the moderator community.
Did we have we had a no jailbreak vote? Just out of curiosity.
I haven't seen any no jailbreak votes. However, Benchtop Models does say jailbreak, and us mods put them back in for hard time. I mean, that's part of it, right? Stalin says, Aaron keeps pretending he bans people for spam, writing the same thing again and again, makes up for 0.0001% of bans. No. I'm saying I ban people for spam. I'm saying that I think the moderators went above that. They went above that. Is what I'm saying. Like, I don't have time to read every single thing every person writes. So if you're like being overly obnoxious over and over again, I'm going to catch it. But like being shitty here and there, ain't nobody got time for that.
Nope.
Ain't nobody got
that's
time
not a
for
big
that.
deal. Sounds like jailbreak's coming in. It's nice.
So, no, we got a ways to go before we hit jailbreak. Like, we got our first goal in 2 weeks.
Okay.
We got to knock out that goal. We're 185 away. We're looking good. We got to, in the next hour and 15, we get to 100. We're looking good again. It can be done. But what do you think? Let's set a time.
Okay.
If we hit the goal by 9:30, I'll do a jailbreak.
Sounds like a deal.
So if in the next hour and 14 minutes, we'll do a jailbreak.
Plenty
sure.
time for people to rally up if they want that jailbreak to do something. So you've been warned. You've got an hour.
L-Train, that's not why you got banned in Rumble. You got banned in Rumble because you wrote it 9,000 times. Again, I can't help you. I can't help you, buddy, if you're not going to be honest about what you did. All right, let's open up a few of these. A little bit later on today, Johnny's favorite content creator, Hassan Piker, he's still talking about the dog thing, and he's still blaming his haters, quote unquote, for why he has to keep talking about the dog thing. Like, I don't know. You just make dog electrocution jokes. That's all you got to do. If it's not bothering you, just make jokes about it. Be silly. Let it roll off your back. I mean, he wants to control the thought process of everybody who comes in to troll him by going, I'll prove to you I didn't shock my dog. Dude, the more you push back on the you electrocuted your dog thing,
The more they're just going to insist you did.
The more they're just going to keep pushing on. It's like Johnny diffused the cat thing. He got away with beating his cat, essentially, because he leaned in and he didn't get bothered by it and he didn't get upset and he didn't cry. So Johnny got away with punching his cat in the face by not being upset and not being bothered by it, right?
Well, distracted him is what it was. It was a distraction.
And now you get to beat the living shit out of your cat whenever you want.
Which is never, but yeah.
But you do.
I have that freedom.
You do, though.
I do what?
You beat the shit out of your cat.
No, I don't.
Look, man, I'm not any of these people making the shit up, all right? It's me you're talking to, all right?
Yeah, and I don't beat the shit out of my cat.
Okay, let me play along for a moment. Let me yes and assume that's true.
Okay.
Why not?
Because I've had him for 20 years. It's not really a reason to beat the shit out of him. The Yowly thing is something that's always been a part of him. But again, he's not happy with the change in lifestyle. He's used to me not for the majority of our time together. I didn't have things going on in the morning or in the afternoon, so I could just pay attention to him 24/7. He doesn't get his attention. That's how he acts.
All right. Well, you're not going to beat your cat. All right. Well, look, I try. I put it out there. I tried to plant the seed. It didn't take root. You don't want to beat your cat. All right. You're not into discipline. I get it. We'll get into the Hasan thing later. Oh, people are informing me that Stalin got banned because he was talking about my kid. Oh, that's kind of creepy. That's kind of weird.
That's not okay.
I like Stalin. Stalin's not going to make me not like him. He said Aaron got quiet fast when I brought up that he drops his children off at a police station. First of all, I don't. Second of all, that's very odd that you would be. I think if you're that into someone that you have that piece of information and that's important to you, I gotta be honest. You can't look at me. You gotta look in the mirror on that one. I like Stalin, though. He's not going to make me not like him, even if he is a little psychotic and he follows my children's life or my life a little too close. I'm not going to dislike the guy. I still don't think he should have been blocked, even if he was being a little obsessive about my children. It's weird. It's a little parasocial, but I still like him, and I don't think he should be banned. I want to say I like Stalin 19. If he has a problem with, my pickup and drop off things, I don't know. Maybe we can. Do we need to talk? I don't think he and I need to get together and talk about it.
I don't think he was on the list of people that need to clear it.
So I don't think it's anywhere in. I mean, I can text my ex-wife today. I can ask her. I say, do you mind if we bring in this guy Stalin 19? Because he's really concerned about where we drop off and pick up the kids. I'm just saying, if she says no, I can't bring you in on this. So it's not necessarily me.
I don't get every vote. You know what I mean? It's a majority decision here.
And I'm fucking around. I'm trying to have a laugh. I'm trying to have fun. Stalin says, sir, that is just not true. That was your drop-off point. It's not my drop. If it was, I would tell you it's not my drop-off point. I tell you what, why don't you go there on Tuesdays, Thursdays, Fridays? Why don't you go there and sit and wait? I'm not trying to prove you wrong. I'm not trying to belittle you or anything like that. I'm just setting the record straight, buddy. I'm sorry. See, this is what I mean. Say the thing, get mad about the thing. I clarify the thing, get mad at me for the thing not being true. Again, like you and the cat punching thing. I try to have a little fun.
You want me to punch my cat?
I also understand that I guess Stalin needs to make the money off the clips, and the steel toe clips do better than anything. So it is a business move for him. So I'm also kind of fucking with his business right now. I don't want to do that. I hope he can make a clip out of this, and I hope he can, get overviews. I get it. He says, you pretend Slam Piece 2 is Slam Piece 1. Oh, my God. Stalin has a shitload of conspiracy theories. He says, Slam Piece left you after discussing your marriage fiend. You lie about a lot. I've had the same girlfriend. She's still my girlfriend. Dude, I didn't realize how dark these like networks and circles got in terms of like the theories they come up with. You know what they want? They're like, we want to see her. We want you to bring her up. No, I'm sorry. I don't owe you that. Stalin, if you have any other conspiracy theories that have been bothering you lately, I would be very happy to help you out with them. But I will say this. He's trying really hard to get me not to like Stalin 19.
Oh.
I'm not going to dislike Stalin 19, even though he's apparently way more mentally fucked up than I thought he was. I still think he's one of the good guys. He's
Okay.
no Misery Loves Clips, but he's still okay. I can tell though that the clipping has warped his brain, but by God, he's going to be all right. Brian M. with $5 says, I think Stalin is confused. Aaron's jail drop-off point with the kids' drop-off point. Yeah, like I know. I'm going to the jail.
But it's for him, not the kids.
It's not for the kids. It's for me. I'm going to the jail. Thank you, Dr. Silverwolf with $2 says, and you like this guy? Yes. I'm pot committed. I can't not like the guy. Oh my God. Stalin goes, your girlfriend drove this car, which has not been seen at your house since July 27th.
This is a lot of like, this is stalkery level information.
This is psychotic. I'm not going to say anything. Sometimes people get new cars. I will say that, but I want Stalin to keep going because I don't think this is making him look as good as he thinks it does. Aaron, I have been stalking you and I have been following you and I have been taking pictures. Dude, not the own you think it is. Jesus. I think
the first person was driving a RAV4. This person's coming in with a Dodge Dakota. That one clearly has a deck.
I have been watching your driveway, sir. Sorry. No, we're not going to make fun of Stalin. I like him. We're not going to mock this man. Although the way he's writing in, I think it might be a chick. I think I might have been
entirely
wrong.
Possible.
Stalin might be a woman. This seems very effeminate. On a Wall with $1 says, we all know SP2 is barefoot on the album cover. Oh, remember that show when I said SP is the walrus? I think they figured out that she's dead.
Oh, okay.
These guys are...
Any day now, they're going to find a Tesla abandoned in a field.
I think Stalin might be a little Icarus, a little close to the sun. Yeah, Micah Mills writes, this is insane, right? It's a little nutty. It's a little odd.
Came out swinging, too. Just full speed.
Dr. Silverwolf with $5 says, please, I love this Stalin guy. Says you're paranoid and project people stalk you. Proceeds to show that people stalk you. Look, Corey, Adam, and I have been adamant about this for years. We deserve a better class of hater, but we get the hater we get. It's psychotic. Stalin's like, you pretend that people are stalking you. By the way, July 27th was the last time I saw this car in your driveway. I'm sorry that I'm not laughing at you. I'm laughing with you.
It's just so funny.
I thought we were having fun. He says, you believe you're being gang stalked because you're insane. Right. People don't follow me around and film me. They don't take pictures and send them to you. People don't come from across the country. And
you can name the last date and time a particular vehicle was in his parking lot. And wait. Oh, you project you're being gang stalked. Right. Nobody's watching this guy. We just have all of this information on file of who parked in his driveway and when.
I've never seen a group of people that hand the person they hate W's rhetorically more than people who are obsessively hate steel toe. You understand that everybody outside of your community, even if they hate my guts, think you people are all mentally ill. And Stalin, you used to be better. What happened to you? I think all this clipping has warped your brain. Again, I was right. You get too close to this stuff, it kind of melts your brain. It's the Ark of the Covenant, essentially. Poor Stalin. Approachable with $1 says, I say you do a special members only show and you go through the chat history of people who are banned and the members can vote yes or no to let them out or keep them in chat jail.
Interesting.
Seems a little elaborate to me. I will say,
intensive.
Stalin 19 and I did get together before the show, and I said, I want some free content today so I don't have to prep as much for the evening show. And he was like,
I got you, homie.
He said, I'll pretend to be a psychopath who stalks you. And I said, thank you. I really appreciate that.
Who insists that you're a delusional asshole who's making up this stalking allegation. And I've got the dates and times to prove who was at your house, including to validate my point. Wait, what?
He's still going nuts in the chat, by the way. I think he's officially lost it. I think we broke Stalin 19. He says, address this. You admitted to having to stop yourself from headbutting your first wife.
What?
So I didn't headbutt my first. I thought you said I did headbutt my first wife. Now you're saying I had to stop myself from headbutt. So I didn't. Thank you. I didn't headbutt my first wife. No, I didn't headbutt either of my wives. Never even got close to headbutting either of them. Boy, he is really... This guy is broken. Delray Smith says, Stalin, why scorn? You stalk toe. A little bit. I mean, it's a little stalkery. And I love how he's like, no, other people tell me. It's like, well, you receive it and you believe it. I mean...
So you're either stalking or enabling, sir. That makes you know better. And at the very least, you know that people are stalking him because you're getting their information.
By the way...
No, I'm not stalking you. I'm talking to the people who do stalk you, and that's why you're delusional when you say you're being stalked.
And by the way, Drew Turnquist driving to my house and taking pictures is not my neighbor's Stalin 19. Drew Turnquist does not live anywhere near me. He's a guy with a history of assault and violating restraining orders. He's a fucking crazy person who is a scorned lover fan, essentially. So no, that's not neighbors, Stalin. Just cite your sources and be honest. Drew Turnquist. You don't have to be like that, buddy. All right, I'm sorry. No. Just because I've broken Stalin 19 and he's angry and upset now and raging in the chat does not mean that I'm going to dislike him. I still endorse Stalin 19. I still like him.
Well, you enjoy that. Because I'm sorry, that's a special one. Even if he was your neighbor, that's still the voyeuristic posting of your personal life is what stalking is.
All right. Look, I'm sorry. I hope Stalin uses this as a clip, although it doesn't make him look good. I still hope he uses it as a clip because I do like him. I just think he got a little too close to the sun, is all. 180 away from today's goal. I'm sorry, Stalin. Whatever I did to hurt you, I apologize. I do love that he's been wrong about everything, but then also goes, you think people are stalking you. By the way, here's the information I got from people stalking you.
Right.
I know dates and times, even if they're wrong. Sorry, buddy.
Every time I look in the mirror, all I see is a cell phone.
People think that I'm insensitive. I do feel bad that I've done this to people.
Well, I mean, I will admit, like, it's a dickish thing to do on the one hand.
Right.
But two, we didn't go to him.
I didn't try to do this to him. You got to believe me.
You were endorsing him, calling yourself a fan, and just kept like every time, like the pitchfork was right in front of him. All he had to do was not step on it. Just kept stepping on the bitch.
I'm gonna clip this. I really like this.
There was a magnet in his shoe.
I really like this segment. I'm gonna do Aaron broke Stalin 19. I think we're gonna put that up as a clip. Now he's gonna have to rush. If I were Stalin, I'd get my edited clip up as soon as I can to try and get ahead of this because this
won't be your friend.
Looked a little insane, buddy. All right, let's move on. Now we're just picking on little people, and I don't like it.
Right.
We're picking on little people. And plus, What room do we have to cock off? We're 185 away from today's goal. We can still fuck this up pretty bad.
Right, so we should probably get back to work.
Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, Rumble Rants. Let's stop. Let's be done with our break. Someone says Scott Richard Staska is seriously stalking you. What the fuck? Oh, yeah, Drew Turnquist, Scott Staska.
Oh, yeah.
100%. Oh, my God. He's showed up at numerous events filming and taking pictures. And he's, and you know,
Really
again,
weird.
another guy with a violent criminal record. You got to be careful of these people. You really got to be careful of these types of people. Yeah. I don't know. People like that get really sensitive. They get like daddy complexes. And when they don't feel they got enough attention, they turn on you. It's happened all the time. It's just part of being in media, I suppose. All right, let's go to this story in Minnesota. This was really fucked up. So this was Dakota County. I don't know if you saw this, but
no, I did not.
There was a guy who got pulled over and they arrested him for DUI.
Okay.
The only problem was the guy wasn't drinking. He was having a stroke. It didn't matter. They still arrested him. They still brought him in. They still detained him. They still put him in the drunk tank. And the motherfucker died. I mean, you want to talk about, like, we can talk about George Floyd and how much bullshit
I was about
that
to say,
was.
this man's family deserves $28 million.
Right. George Floyd's family should not have gotten $27 million from the city of Minneapolis from what happened. Dakota County absolutely owes this guy's family a shitload of money because this story is bad. I mean, they'd better release the body cam footage of that arrest if they think that they did everything by the book and they did this properly. You'd better get that fucking body cam footage out there. And, you know, this also tells me that a lot of the George Floyd protests and a lot of that shit was AstroTurf and it was paid for and it was a conspiracy to destabilize the United States because this is a guy that you protest over.
Right. But if we protested over this guy, there wouldn't be riots and division. We'd all be like, yeah, let's talk about this authoritarian power and how maybe it misuses its abilities at times wrongfully on the citizens. But it's a lot easier when you can be like, hey, guys, let's protest over this absolute piece of shit.
Right.
And you have a bunch of people go, but he's a piece of shit.
Exactly.
So now you're an asshole.
Check this out.
The 50-year-old died last November, just days after that traffic stop landed him in the Dakota County jail. It all started when they pulled him over on his way home from work. That's him there. Police arrested Bimpong on suspicion of driving while intoxicated. They eventually took him to the police station and later the Dakota County jail. And that is where surveillance images shown here show him wandering around his cell before eventually collapsing. The images also show various corrections officers looking into his cell after he fell to the floor. At that point, jail staffers carried him out of his cell and rushed him to the hospital where he...
Go back. You can see, like, he's got, like, the stroke hand. He's got, like, the crimpy hand.
But now my question is, they're saying, obviously it's a news story, that he was arrested. Was he arrested for drunk driving? Like they had some proof of it and then they put him in the jail? Or
the
they just
story,
picked him up and put him
the story I read yesterday was he was never drunk. He was never drunk driving.
All right. Then
that he was in the process of having a stroke throughout this
the
whole time. This guy was having a stroke.
Oh, God. The minute they closed the door, then he's done.
Cell and rushed him to the hospital where he died days later. His family's attorney says there is evidence the police suspected a stroke even before they arrested him.
Oh, no.
One of the officers turns off his body-worn camera. The other officer did not. And
first of all, let's talk about that.
Yeah, body cams being turned off during arrests, way not cool. Like, no offense, man, you sidle up to a urinal and you want to pop off your camera for a minute because that ain't for public view. Fine. But while you're arresting a guy.
Wow, so even one of the cops. Yeah, it doesn't work if one of you turns off your body cam and the other one doesn't.
Well, I mean, I didn't hit him with my car.
I didn't really hit him with my car. I was just saying. And then it's funny because that guy had nothing after that.
He had nothing at all.
Just staring into the abyss. That's it. So one of the officers turns off his camera, says, I think this dude's having a stroke, and they bring him in anyway. Oh man, like I keep
Now
waiting.
you really owe money because that seems almost fucking deliberate. Then
I keep waiting for the part of the story where I'm like, okay, I see where the cops acted the way they did. I understand where this, may have been a misunderstanding or whatever. Not getting any of that so far. So far, what I'm getting
the
is
only two I had.
The officer turned off his camera, says, dude, before you got here, or got there, I thought he was having a stroke. And the last part of stroke is cut off because the officer who didn't get the memo to shut his camera off mutes immediately.
What the fuck? So, like, this is like bad. Like, okay, the premise of this story was bad. And usually when the premise of a local news story is bad, it's like, okay, they're aggrandizing a little bit, they're embellishing.
Yeah, they're sucking us in. We're gonna find out it's more tame than we seem. This one's getting worse by the minute.
The details come out, and then you go, oh, it's not as bad as they said it is. The details come out on this, and it sounds worse. I mean, again, this guy, the thing about stroke recovery is it's all about time. If you can get someone treated and you can get them to the hospital, as soon as that stroke hits, they got a really good chance at recovery. You arrest them, you put them in a car, you put them through the booking process, you put them in the drunk tank, you let them fall around on the floor, flop like a fish.
Like I said, he was dead the minute they closed the door.
Oh,
just because all that time, once they close the door, all that time that they've done all this shit to him, he can't recover from any of that because we're not doing anything about it. And by the time, like I said, by the time they decide to do something, when he collapses on the ground, he's done.
This is inexcusable. And they knew something was fucked up because one shut off his body camera and the other one muted his.
Then that's the other part that bothers me. Why did we arrest him for drunk driving and not, I don't know, get a fucking EMT on the scene to figure out what's going on with this guy?
And an attorney for the city of Egan sent us a statement earlier tonight saying, in part, quote, while Mr. Bimpong's death is tragic, he was not exhibiting an objectively serious medical condition that was obvious to laypersons.
He was stumbling around the cell and falling down. Now, you could say that that's because we thought he was drunk, but two of the cops have already discussed the possibility that he was having a stroke.
Plus, if he is drunk, there should be other signs of intoxication, like, I don't know, the smell of alcohol on his breath.
I mean, it's amazing that this got as bad as it did. And if I'm Dakota County, I mean, we sit down, we talk about settlements, right?
They've got to be doing something, because we already have body cam evidence of one person suggesting, like, before you got here, I thought he was having a stroke. Then so someone thought he was having a stroke and cuts his camera off altogether. And the other guy cuts it off before he finishes saying stroke. You bring him in. You better have some sort of blood test, breathalyzer, something that goes, no. Obviously it's alcohol, because like they said, it wasn't clear to the layperson. Well, that layperson suspected it.
Right.
So,
at least two officers discussed it. Boy, it's so weird to find stories that are so much worse than the George Floyd thing, and then they get no attention.
It baffles me why that's the thing. Like, that's the one thing I always say to people with the Abreu Garcia thing. I'm like, all right, come back to me when it's not an absolute piece of shit. And people will find you stories about someone who's not an absolute piece of shit. There's always a nuance to it, whatever. But in every single one of those stories, they mention that person for like 2 lines, and then they move on to kill Abreu Garcia. It's like, why are we talking about this guy? He's a piece of shit. Why can't we find... And again, why can't we find your innocent victim?
Honestly, the only rational explanation I can have for the whole thing is that it's intentional. If it's not intentional...
Oh, it's totally intentional.
It's too weird. It's too strange to make any sense unless it's intentional. And maybe someone can explain it to me differently. But that's where I'm at right now. On a wall with $1 says, if someone told me they were stalking someone else, I'd call the cops, not join in. And come on. Quit riling up Stalin 19.
They thought they got their W, okay?
I didn't realize he was so unwell. But yeah, he is. I mean, On a Wall is right. you're like, oh, I'm not stalking you. Other people are, and they send me stuff. It's like, I would be concerned for that person. Like,
Plus,
I would.
That's a public admission, my friend.
Feldrain with $1 says, Aaron, if you keep living a life away from the internet and doing next to nothing, you are going to upset a lot of people. I know. I'm upsetting a shitload of people this way.
But the good news is, while you guys are here, golf course is fucking open.
I got to say, I shot a really shitty round at the end of last week.
Really?
And,
was it your last round of the season last week?
Yeah.
Oh, that's disappointing. You hate to close it on a downer.
Got something to work on for next. Everything fell apart. My whole game fell apart. Just the whole thing just went all to shit. Someone else writing in saying, he says, I think you broke the YouTube chat. Holy shit, what a hornet's nest. Let's take a look.
Is it getting crazy in there? What's going on?
Some people saying breaking Stalin 19 makes this show better. Kind of. Stalin says, this is who slam piece number 2 is. Doxing people is kind of fun, but no, it's not. Thank you.
Isn't it also kind of not legal? I don't know. Granted, I mean, we're on YouTube?
This is wild. Like, it's one thing to stalk someone and, like, personally, like, be obsessed with every detail of their life. That I can understand. I'm a very captivating personality. I get people going. But to get so much wrong is the disappointing part.
Yeah, it's weird. It's like you're watching a Lifetime movie and these people are stalking a guy, and then when they get to the guy they're stalking, they're like, and I know this, and I know this, and I know that. All of these things are horribly, horribly false. But you need to live the script I wrote. Like, wait a minute, what? No, that's not how this goes. You're being punished for not being their story. It's weird.
Stalin says, you wanted SP1 to marry you, and she left your ass. Oh, you know what? Here's what I'm going to say. I would really like you to keep thinking that. That's where I want. Hey, you see that, Stalin, right there? You see where you are right now? That's where I want you to be. Right there. Thank you. Awful Waffle says, Stalin, just say you're gay. It would make it easier. Like if he would just admit he was gay. You know, the whole point of trolling a show in a chat is you're not supposed to get mad and the other guy isn't supposed to be laughing at you.
Also, I mean, no offense, like, I don't know if any of these facts are true, but what the fuck? Why do you care? Like, holy crap. How can you be so invested in someone else's life?
Jelly for the Smelly says, looks like a whole lot of jelly people in here.
It does.
I mean,
Hey, Jelly for the Smelly.
I make a lot of people angry. And I'm not trying. Makes me
You've
feel
been
good.
his fan the whole time.
Stalin can't believe he's like, if you're still with SP, everything you say is a lie. All right. Then everything I mean, the fact that you being wrong, you can't deal with it so much that it has to be I'm lying about it. Like I said, I need you right there. I need you right there. All right, guys.
Nobody's
look,
life should affect you this much.
keep having fun with them, but don't break them all the way. All right. I want them to come back tomorrow.
Okay.
Hostile Soldier says, Stalin, stop hitting yourself. It's not a good look. Like you really do look like shit, but it has entertained me. And Johnny, you know this better than anyone. I like free content.
Yes, it makes everything easier because then all the stuff we plan can just fill the voids we need to. Speaking of which, we have 15 minutes left in the hour. We got to move on that goal, folks. We're dropping. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venlo. Let's not make it all about beating up Stalin.
Stalin says, SP1 is on Tinder. We have receipts on all of this. Hey, he's not stalking, you guys. By the way,
He's not stalking.
I'm going to text SP right now, and I'm going to say, you're on Tinder? I'm fucking done with you.
Uh-oh.
I hear you're on Tinder. She's in so much trouble, dude. I'm so done.
Stalin wouldn't lie.
Stalin would not lie. He is not stalking me. He just admitted to having a dossier. And then he pretends it's my family. He goes, it's your cousins that are ratting you out. No, they're not. No, they're not. Oh, Stalin. I like him. He's my favorite. I'm not going to disavow him.
I just feel like Stalin's missing one point. It doesn't matter who your sources are. If you're spending this much of your personal time to gather information on somebody else, you're still stalking them.
Another person in the chat, Stalin is stalking some random chick on Twitter or on Tinder. Ew. I do. It's a fun game they play, though. I like their copes. Like when I correct them, Aaron's just lying about everything. Well, why is he lying? Because I need the other thing to be true. Otherwise, I look psychotic. Well, there's something about shoes and fitting. I don't know. Let's continue on because I can't be concerned about that, Johnny.
Why not?
I'm 175 away from today's goal. There's a chance. This is our first goal in 2 weeks, and it ain't hitting. So we got to make sure it hits. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats. What it is I'm breaking Stalin right now and all of his allies, and I'm enjoying it too much. It's self-indulgent, and it's wrecking the show. That's on
Stalin's so busy worrying about stalking you that if he could just stop that for 5 seconds and realize he might have a win coming, just cool your heels, bud.
Labglass says, I am SP. Uh-oh, we've got a Spartacus moment going in the chat. They're all saying that they're SP. Hey, why did somebody...
SP. Aaron sucks my D.
Oh, somebody put Stalin in timeout. Oh, no.
Don't do that.
Don't put Stalin in timeout. I'm against that. Diamonds and Henna says Stalin has to have ADHD or autism. No, I think what it is he wanted me to be a certain thing, and I didn't live up to it. But he's pot committed, so he has to be. Mm-hmm. I mean, imagine being like, we have a dossier on all of this. We're not stalking you. You're crazy.
What are you, the fucking FBI? I mean, Jesus.
Oh, man.
I'm not stalking you. I just have a detailed travel log of everywhere you've been in the last 2 weeks because your cousins are ratting you out. Yeah, but again, you put it all
I'll tell you this, Johnny. I'm going to talk to all of my cousins individually. I'll say this. Someone's like, Stalin did not say he's stalking you. He said other people are, and they sent him stuff. Okay, then I'm sorry. Stalin himself is not stalking me. Stalin is just reporting on other people stalking me while saying no one's stalking me.
But again, to use other people's stalking you's reports is passively stalking you. Like, it's really easy to not look for that.
Johnny?
What?
Leave him alone. He's dead already. All right, let's go ahead.
Britches have had enough.
We're going to continue on. He's had enough. He's dead. We don't need to beat him into the fucking ground. I will say this. Sam, I do not like that you timed him out. I'm a little pissed off about that. Do not fucking do that again. I don't want you timing out. You know what? As a matter of fact, no banning and timeouting unless I say so.
Okay.
I'm tired of kicking the shit out of people, having some fun with them, and then someone else stepping in. It's like, when the Joker's kicking the shit out of Batman and he's got him beaten, and that one guy comes over and tries to take his mask off?
Yeah.
Don't fucking do that. Or like, Jaime Lannister is about to defeat Ned Stark in a sword fight, and that guy puts a fucking spear through his leg. I'm Jaime Lannister. I'm about to fucking destroy the guy, and you go ahead and spear him in the leg. Get the fuck out of here. Nobody needed that. Well, here's my thing. While it may be self-indulgent and it may be wonderful and fun for me, it's ruining the show for a lot of other people. So let's continue on. We're 175 away from today's goal. Let's knock it out. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, Rumble Rants. Hit like, hit subscribe, hit follow. We continue with our game of Choose Your Own Adventure, United Kingdom.
Oh, no. What have they done now?
Well,
they're already letting you bang your cousins.
No, not only letting you bang your cousins and marry your cousins.
They're encouraging it.
They're writing articles about the benefits of cousin marriage. I mean, I can't
I didn't realize me and my sister wife should have been in England this whole time.
So, you know the thing that people have been doing where they've been taking the lamp posts in their town and they've been putting British and English flags on the
something
light
that
posts.
would be understandable by any other country's metric.
Nice, patriotic, celebrating your culture, celebrating your country. So now, in our continued coverage of the UK's Choose Your Own Adventure story, we have allow people to put flags of their country on their lampposts, or B, chastise these people, call them hateful, and make them take them down. Now, knowing what we know about the UK and how they've been handling this Choose Your Own adventure story, how do you think they've responded?
Oh, they totally went with B.
This is a member of parliament from Loughborough, Shepshed, and the Villages, Dr. Jivan Sandhar, who is an economist and political scientist. He has decided to address, he lives in one of these communities where they're putting up English and British flags. He has decided to address the lamppost issue. Ladies and gentlemen, Which Way Western Man, UK edition, Choose Your Own Adventure. How do you feel?
It's time to take down the lamppost flags.
Fuck. I'm sorry, Jeremy. Jeremy messaged me today and said, stop cussing. Shoot. Gosh darn it.
Why are...
Gee willikers.
It's time to take down the lamppost flags. How dare any of you be proud about the country in which you reside? I certainly, as a foreigner, think you're all despicable. Like, I mean, what the heck are you trying to say here, buddy? This is...
Do what I do and wear your crescent underpants underneath your pantaloons. And that way you can still have your patriotism. Oh, wait, no, you know what? I feel like foreigners in the UK would put English and UK flags on his underwear so they can continue to fart and shit on that country.
Probably.
I'm here on Epinal Way. There are flags hanging from almost every single lamppost.
How dare they?
He would hate America.
Oh, my God. Imagine this being a complaint. Our people here are hanging their nation's emblem on every lamppost. How dare they? It's like you would think these people are flying swastikas.
That flag has been a symbol of this country since times as far back as the Crusades. And we all know how offensive those were. Like, yeah, but what?
I'm offended by the Crusades. I wish we would have won.
Now look, I love our flag.
All right, end of story. Let them hang it on the lamppost. We're good. But now here's the problem. I guarantee he's going to try that bullshit where they go, but you understand it's kind of racist because the connotation is that you don't welcome foreigners. And I'm sure the people who hung him on the lamppost are probably like, oh, I'm sorry, I wasn't trying to be subtle.
This doesn't necessarily say anything about foreign policy. It's about having cultural pride, which seems to be like something, again, Britain is really like, no, we don't want you to be proud of our country. Unless you come from another one.
My wife wore that flag when she served in the British Army.
Oh.
I see
So now you wanna
flags
shit on
flying
it.
proudly from flagpoles from public buildings. I see it when the England football team plays.
All right.
And I don't think about those flags very much, actually. They're just there.
Okay, first of all, you are a member of parliament in the UK, and when you see British and English flags, you go...
You don't think of them very much.
I don't really think of them very much. They're just kind of there. You know, those are the kind of patriots I want serving in my government.
That's the flag my wife wore when she served in the army. I didn't because she wears the pants in our family.
I just want to say, eat shit, Lee Greenwood.
Quite nice. And yet here I am, with flags flying from almost every single lamppost.
Motherfucker.
They're getting a bit tatty. The cable ties are coming loose. They could blow off in the wind. And then I see...
Well, that would be a pretty good metaphor with where the UK's at right now.
Yeah.
Flags painted on roundabouts. And that is just a bit weird.
Is it?
Oh, what if it's a rainbow flag? Those again... We've been painting flags on crosswalks, roundabouts, murals, and walls. So many people need to paint their flag to support Palestine, to support the gays. Why can't these people support their community? They live there.
I just progressive doctrine. I just want to make sure people are aware of this. Cutting your cock off to fit your delusion, not weird.
Nope.
Painting a crosswalk with your national emblem on it to show your patriotism, a bit weird.
And you know, because you've seen it online and I see it in my inbox,
blow your nose,
that this does make people feel uneasy.
Well, that's their fucking problem.
No, it doesn't.
But if it does, that's on you. That's not on the person who wants to fly the British flag.
If Britain makes you feel uneasy, why are you there?
And they ask what message are these flags supposed to be sending?
That
now
this
look,
is Britain.
I'll take people at their words. People who say this is about national pride.
Oh, is he going to spin it and go, but some people think it's about racism? Just say you think it's about racism.
Well, they have to say they think it's about racism because this swell in national pride has been a direct result to being unhappy with rushed or recent immigrants that, again, commit not awesome things in their areas. They've had a lot going on.
Proud of my country too, and I'm proud of our flag. But I do understand why others feel that it's about excluding people.
Well, then turn the fucking boats around and don't show up to the country that has that flag. You know, it's so much worse there than it is in America, but we need to take this as a fucking warning. And I guess we kind of did when we elected Trump and wanted the deportations and everything else. But you got to watch out for this shit. I mean, the idea that these people will come to the UK, siphon off its resources, use its national healthcare system, use all of the freebies you get just from setting foot on the dirt, and then be threatened or feel bad or feel less than patriotic about the flag of the fucking country that saved your worthless desert ass?
You should be filleting that flag. You owe a lot to it.
You should be loving that flag more than someone born there does.
Who's saying that you can't celebrate Britain and England and the flag and the country and everything as an immigrant? Nobody's saying that. They're simply holding on to their values. And if you want to be part of that club, you should kind of adopt those values.
Oh, my God. People feel uneasy about that flag? Well, then you're in the wrong country.
Why others feel that it's about saying who belongs here and who doesn't.
Okay, you know what? I'm okay with that. You're right. It is about who belongs here and who doesn't. If you see that flag and you're cool with it, you belong here. If you see that flag and you have a problem with it, let's turn the boats around. Let's turn the boats around.
We're one British people.
Right. That's kind of what the flag is saying.
We're proud of our country.
The flag
That's again what the flag's
standing
for.
Together underneath our flag, not some of us looking up with unease. That's not the British way.
Then stand under the fucking flag. I mean, learn the difference between we have a problem and you have a problem.
Sir, in both your scenarios, the flag is still up there. So what are we bitching about?
No, we should be standing under the flag. Well, they're giving you ample opportunity from every lamppost to do that. But we should be looking up at it with pride. Well, then fucking do.
Standing together, not standing apart. That's what being British is about.
That's
unity, decency, determination, having a pint, a cup of tea.
What?
Supporting the English football
having some
team.
bacon.
Sometimes they win.
Dude, this is what they're saying by flying these flags.
Yeah.
We want to preserve English and British culture.
This is the fucking gaslighting shit that drives me nuts. Like, these guys, the ones like this dude in this message, are the ones that are pushing for people to be arrested for Facebook posts and punished for saying things like, I like bacon outside of a mosque. And at the same rate, they're like, oh, we need to be coming together and not dividing us apart. Like, right, but you're the one who's saying anyone who disagrees with any group of people that you're for any reason are immediately the problem.
This is
like the division is.
This is wild because it's we know what this guy really thinks about it, but he's trying to pretend he doesn't. And the whole thing is about preserving culture. That's what it's all about. And he's sitting here yelling at them because they should be preserving culture. Like, bro, maybe you're on the wrong side of this whole deal.
That's what Big British is about. And that's why today I'll be asking the Reform County Council to take down the flags and lampposts.
Yep.
They have said it is illegal. It is also a safety hazard.
Right.
It's
A
time
turtle
to take
could
down
choke
the
on it.
lamppost flags.
And, you know, it's one thing, you know, it's easy for us to sit here if some crazy blue-haired weirdo fat lady is standing under one of these and yelling and screaming about it. That's certainly one thing. It's easy to play that. And then when you play that, make fun of that person. All right? That's one thing. That's low-hanging fruit. This is a member of parliament. This is a guy in their government.
Again, who's striking himself while he cries out about being a victim. We want to come together, support our unity, which is why I'm saying take down any symbol of our unity and our heritage and everything that it means to be British. Oh, dear
Fucking
Lord.
wild, right? Camel Toe gifting a membership to Ryan the Garbage Man. Thank you very much. Camel Toe gifting another membership.
Thank you,
Very
Camel Toe.
kind of you. That's 2. That brings us down to 165 and 93 memberships away from 600. Roots Calhoun says, Aaron, embrace the suburban white dude trope. Grass-stained New Balances. I already have like 3 pairs of New Balances. Thank you very much. Polo tucked into khaki shorts. Calm the fuck down. Long socks scrunched up. I do that from time to time. Burnt burgers and hot dogs. I make a fine burger. I will not be burning them. Fuck it. I'm all about it. Well, there you go. I need to get on your level, I think.
All right.
Oh, man. This is why I love numero uno, Josh Denny fan. He says, can you go back to fighting with Stalin from these news stories are boring as fuck.
He clearly has what he likes. Everyone has their preferences. He knows what he likes.
By the way, we have officially broken Stalin. Do not time out him. He is fine. He is broken. Like, apparently he's like, nobody's stalking anyone. And now he's listing off a bunch of shit about like Matt and his new wife.
Oh, God.
Dude, you're spiraling. Stalin, buddy, you're spiraling. Stop taking this shit so seriously. You've gotten way too close.
No one's stalking anyone. I just know where they live, what they've been doing, and what's going on. Yeah, that means you're stalking them.
And Stalin, again, getting all of his information wrong, unfortunately. By the way, congratulations to Matt and Amy on their nuptials, on their wedding.
Yes, congratulations. I didn't know if we were mentioning that publicly. I didn't.
I do have to say, I have to reiterate, I didn't intend to break Stalin's brain. It just
you were his fan.
It just
you came at this from being his fan, going, I like Stalin.
This is the difference between not taking this seriously and him just out for blood.
This whole thing could have been avoided if he went, you know what, Imholt? Thank you.
Thank you,
and
buddy.
moved on.
Stalin knows fart levels and shades of toast. You know what I'm going to do? Because Stalin's probably going to be circling above with a helicopter at this point, and Roots was asking me to overcook my burgers. I'm just going to hold my burgers up on a spatula the next time I'm grilling and go, hey, Stalin, buddy, do you think this one looks done from up there? I'm not up here, Aaron. Oh, sorry. I'm your cousin. This motherfucker's going to be outside my house in a dress and a wig.
He's living in your attic.
Fucking Ed Gein over here. Veldrain with $1 says, it is really offensive to see the nation's flag. It's a daily reminder that we haven't seized complete control of everything. Yeah, I mean...
Dude, it's so fucked over there.
Well, but you know what? That's fine. We can point at them and say, wow, it's so fucked over there.
Yeah, but I'm worried too many of the people over here, particularly in places of power, want to start doing the stuff they're doing over there.
Yeah.
That's why I'm scared about Canada pushing for this whole digital ID thing. That they lock your money, your whole presence, your ability to access the internet to your ID, and if they decide that you're like anti-Canada, they can bar your access to the internet, which means in a lot of ways you can't transfer money, you can't Like they quintessentially just they lock you down as a citizen and go, yeah, but you're not a citizen of anywhere now. We'll just deal with it.
You know, I will say this about Canada, though.
What?
They're honest about what they want. I mean, they're coming out openly and they're just saying it like, yeah, we want to track you. We want to put like chips in you and shit.
We want to lock you down if we so choose.
It's fucking crazy.
For what?
I mean,
that's irrelevant. You're missing the point. We want to do this.
Yeah. Thank you very much to Mark Robinson. Mark Robinson, star of the day today. Holy shit. $50 from Mark Robinson.
Thank you, Mark. Yeah, why would you call him gay?
Oh my God.
Why would you?
Holy shit. Holy shit. Thank you very much. Camel Toe gifting another membership today. This one to Mrs. Squatch. That puts us 110 away from today's goal and 92 memberships away from 600. Wow. Thank you guys so much. Leo with $1 says, I'm late. I'm assuming the fighting is going in on YouTube since Rumble Chat chases trolls off real fast. Well, we've been having fun with the YouTube chat today. I have been having a lot of fun, and some of them are having fun as well. Like Numero Uno Josh Denny fan is having a great time, but some people like Stalin are losing it a little bit.
Kind of hard.
They're also mad that I keep calling him Stalin.
Oh.
But that's his name. Stalin 19. This Crumbs Cards Kai has been broken.
Wait a minute. You're telling me the guy that's dropping people's names into like quasi doxing people in chat, they're mad that we're calling him Stalin? Isn't that his handle? Like why?
Yeah.
Unlike you guys, we don't follow you after the show.
Look, it's called spiraling, and I really wish he wouldn't do it because again, this started with me saying I like him.
Right? This is like the weirdest internet form of the boy going up to the girl going, I like you, and she like slaps him, or vice versa. You know, she says, I like you, and he pulls her pigtails. Just the weirdest I like you. Oh, you're a horrible bag of piece of shit. Like, nobody asked for this.
By the way, someone texting the show says, Matt didn't make you his best man. Thanks, fag. Yeah, right? Matt, you
What
piece
a
of shit.
dick.
No, they eloped. They like,
no, I was the best man.
Oh, we're
No.
That would I gotta be honest. That they ran off into I know what they did.
Yeah.
They ran off into the woods and they did a blood ceremony.
Oh.
They killed a sheep and then they cut their hands and then they bled over the sheep and then they said a satanic vow to seal their covenant.
Ah, the old Baphomet wedding. I get you.
Now, if I'm Stalin, I'm putting that in my little manila envelope that I have. Rabbi Smoothie, I agree. He says flattery really doesn't get you anywhere these days. Don't I know it?
Not much, no.
Don't I know it? Here's what I do know, Johnny. We're only 110 away from today's goal.
Hot diggity damn, we can do this.
We're very close to getting ourselves a W. Thank you very, very much. And Stalin, I'm sorry that I exposed some of your shit as a lie. I apologize. I would say that we're all going to have a good laugh at your expense, but I got a good feeling we're probably not going to think about you at all, buddy. Sorry you can't say the same. All right, Johnny, your friend Hasan won't shut the fuck up.
About tasing his dog?
He's got all kinds of conspiracy theories.
Oh, no.
About the tasing the dog thing. Yeah, Sam Show says you're supposed to A-log for fun. This has gotten way too weird. I mean, look, they've been this way for over a year. I mean, one of these guys is probably going to do something physical to me at some point, or try to do something physical to me at some point. It is,
oh boy,
pretty fucking wild. But you know, I mean, I can only control
myself
so much. Pray by 12. Yeah, but it doesn't really need any help, to be honest with you. All right, let's get into shit. We've got Hasan saying that now I will kind of agree with him here. I think anybody who is still on this dog electrocution thing in like a serious let's get him kind of way does suffer from some kind of mental illness. I will agree with Hasan on that one.
Yeah.
But I think the people just doing it for the lols, as the kids say, the people who are very 6'7" about it.
You're so happy that you're in on that.
My kids fucking hate when I do 6'7".
I know, you mentioned it yesterday.
They really despise. Every time I pick them up at the police station, I'm sorry.
See, admit it.
I'm sorry. I'm an asshole. No, every time I do 6'7", it's just groans. And I don't know why. I love it so much. Like every time. I can't stop. So
I get it.
I think the people who are just having some fun, I think that's harmless. I think because Hasan's going to let you have fun. It's not like here where you come here to hate the show and then we end up making you really angry and you're just upset and pissed off all the time. Hasan's going to give you what you need.
Right.
Like Hasan's going to feed you. Hasan's going to get mad. He's going to get upset.
He's going to shock that dog.
He's going to electrocute his dog because you're making him so. Well, he did yesterday. He did try to basically say that these internet people are making him electrocute his dog. That he said something to the effect of, you guys keep harassing me about my dog and it's going to make me break the training that I've been working so hard with him on. It's like, no, it won't. Just keep fucking training your dog your way.
And also, most people wouldn't use shocking as the thing, but okay, fine.
But like,
whatever. Potato.
Who gives a shit what any of these people say?
Plus, also, that's not a denial on the shocking the dog thing. So I'm like, all right, well, then how about we just call it good?
Real quick, breaking news. U.S. Supreme Court rejects Alex Jones' challenge to $1.4 billion defamation judgment. That was Alex's last breath.
Last stand to hopefully close that out.
That was it. So Alex is on the hook for the $1.4 billion, and I think that means the sale of InfoWars can go forward as well.
Yeah. I hope they don't do any of that crazy closed envelope lowest bidder bullshit.
Nope. A judge has already ruled that they have to do it openly and they have to take the highest bid. So if Elon wants InfoWars, now's the time.
Elon can buy Alex Jones.
So this is now Hasan Piker yesterday. Now, Doggate happened, Wednesday? Somewhere around there, like last Wednesday?
Yeah.
So Hasan has gone an entire weekend. He's had time to cool down. He still look. What Hasan needs to learn is that, Hasan, these people are going to hate you no matter what. These people didn't start hating you because you may have electrocuted your dog. The electrocuting your dog thing is something they're using to grandstand because they hate your guts.
Yeah.
Everyone else just finds it funny that you probably electrocuted your dog and you're pushing back so hard against it.
I loved the animation. I'm going to be honest.
The animation was
adorable.
It was pretty good. But hey, I want to point this out real quick. That dog is learning pretty fucking fast, isn't he?
Yeah, he's on his little bed.
Just sitting there.
Now here's my question. If the dog wants to get up and leave the room, is he allowed to do that, or does he have to accompany you?
Oh, you're fucking pushing it, pal. Let me tell you. Sorry, Jeremy. You're freaking pushing it right now, pal. Telling that dog he can get up and walk around the house. He wouldn't if he knows what's good for him.
God, I'm my cat's bitch by comparison.
Guys that don't even know Kaya's name coming in here saying you'll be I know. Can we just move on, please? Because
that's yes.
Yes, we can. And you do it by just moving on. Your chat moves more than fast enough. Find something else to talk about, buddy.
Like your chat moves so fast that you have to go in and search your dog's name to find people writing about it. Like you can let this go whenever you want. And then the people who hate you for doing that to your dog will be full of all kinds of cope. I should teach a fucking class. Like you just saw me for the last hour break my dissidents. Like just psychologically cause them harm accidentally by just goofing around. I should be teaching Hasan. He's got money, I could offer him a little consulting fee.
Start doing some seminars. There you go.
Yeah. All you got to do is just treat these people like the pieces of worthless shit they are. Like treat them like the worthless plebeians that you are, and you're gonna be fine.
Look,
because
Hasan,
the memes were funny in the first couple of days, But now the only people that still are like actively pushing it are people who are genuinely mentally ill in the way that like anytime my fucking arm moves around or like I unlock the gate or some shit, like I do have a button on my desk for the gate, right?
It's a high-tech setup.
And obviously, if you have a dog, you know this already. When they hear that the gate is unlocked, they perk up. They're like, oh my God, he shocked her again. You know, it's just, they are weird stalkers that are demonstrating their mental illness. And I think
it is, okay, it's weird because he's half right, but he doesn't understand that he's feeding them. And if you're going to feed them, which there's nothing wrong with feeding them, you've got to be in control of the situation, buddy. You can't be like whining and bitching and crying about it. Like, yes, anyone who is still upset, anyone who is still like, oh my God, yeah, you're mentally ill. You need help. It's over. We're all just having fun with it now. We're all just having a goof. There are some people who Hasan Piker can say whatever he wants, and we're going to smile and laugh. It's going to be funny. But, like, if you're still going on the, you know, like RSPCA bit or ASPCA bit, it being a little fucking goofy. But again,
and also, like, there's just as many people defending him for that. That's a battle for your chat, my friend. You can just move on past this.
Right. I mean, Jesus Christ. Like, isn't Hasan's whole thing Israel-Palestine? Like, he's got nothing but content right now.
Right now, big shit's ooh, what if he's controlled opposition?
Oh, he and Ben Shapiro are secretly
and
lovers.
that's why right now, fucking Doggate, because he doesn't want to talk about the deal. He wants to be able to, he doesn't want to seem supportive of it or defensive of it until they know what they're doing.
I should have saw it coming. You're right. God, I really dropped the ball on that one.
And I think it's just, you know, it is what it is. Bro, they are narrating your dog absolutely schizos. Yeah, it's cop brain. This is going to be a post on its own again. I know. Anytime I bring anything up, anytime I even address this, like people go fucking nutty over it. So,
you know, this is difficult for me because it really is a classic hate situation.
You hate the people involved, but you don't care for Hasan Piker either.
Right. Like, I really want to hate Hasan Piker here, but he is making some fair points. Like, if you're still in this seriously about the dog thing, you're having as much trouble letting it go as he is.
I mean, the dog's literally on camera. I'm sure if he were abused, he wouldn't look as happy. There'd be signs. Although I say that, how much you want to bet? We've got people like, oh no, you look at the film and the way he's drooping and he's beating his dog.
If you're tuning into Hasan's stream and you're watching his arm movements, seeing if you can see him shock his dog, you are a pathetic waste of life. Like, it's over for you. Like, it doesn't matter anymore. Change course as soon as you can because you're lost in the wilderness. But, I mean, if you want to make a little joke that Hasan shocks his dog to see if you can get him to fly off the handle, that's kind of fun. That's innocent.
I feel like I am giving it too much energy, I know. But like chatters also are like, oh, this happened, that happened, whatever. Yeah. In any case.
Israel, Palestine, Netanyahu, Hamas.
Where was I? You're creating employment. True. You get a question. How do you deal with this level of psychosis directed towards you? I don't know.
Like, do your eyes have magnets just to the comments that keep this shit going? Because there's so much other stuff in there.
How do you deal with this? He seeks it out.
He finds more.
Right.
Apparently he's thriving off of it, I guess. If all things are to be considered.
He doesn't deal with this because he doesn't have to deal with it. Like we said, his chat moves way too fast. He doesn't have to deal with any of this shit.
And the people accusing you, even if you could summon Jesus to come down and go, I swear to Christ, who is me? Hasan doesn't beat his dog. Like, doesn't tase his dog. Like, nobody will believe it. These people have a narrative that they've invested in. They refuse to accept anything else. So if you're not going to play with it, just ignore it and move on.
Aussie Mark says, Aaron, you defending Hasan is a new low, even for you. Am I defending Hasan, or did I say it's a hate?
Yeah, you said hate.
I believe
you
it's a
don't care
hate.
for Hasan. You just said he had a point with the people who are like, if they are this concerned about Hasan's treatment of his dog to the point where they like Zabruder his streams to be like, no, see his arm twitched and the dog moved. He tased the dog. Like those people again, those people should probably seek some sort of help.
Numero Uno writes, I have several of Hasan's neighbors emailing me that he uses hot pokers from his fireplace on his dog.
Don't take. Oh no,
guys, we've already whacked this hornet's nest with a baseball bat. You don't need to make it worse.
Fuck that. We hit it with a flamethrower. It's burning on the ground.
On a wall says you're defending his abuse of a dog. No, fuck him for electrocuting his dog. I'm saying that if these people are tuning into Hasan's stream to watch his arm motions to see if he's electrocuting his dog, that's a little psychotic. He is right about that. If that's happening, that's fucked up. However, if you're still making fun of the guy for being a bag of shit, that's cool.
And like I said, the guy has such an active chat, large follower base, and it's not like he'll ever get in trouble for breaking Twitch rules. He could do or talk about anything else that he wants to. He keeps picking out those chats.
Right. Bapa Shab.
So of course they're going to keep making them.
Bapa Shab says it's just funny to watch him sweat. That's fun. But you can do that in clips.
Right.
Right?
Like we just did.
Why waste your life watching actual Hasan Piker content?
Because no offense, there is somebody, no matter how hard we want it to be otherwise, there is somebody anally retentive enough to go through it and watch it for you and clip it. And that's why we say thank you to those people, because those sin eaters bear the brunt of the damage, and then we just get the part that we need.
And again, we do need to reiterate, he's just pushing a button on his desk to open a gate. Do you believe? I thought, no, at first he was saying it was a vibrating collar, not a shock collar.
Right.
And then now he's hitting a button for a gate.
What's he trying to train his dog to do, that he can't be on the floor?
I believe Hasan didn't shock his dog the same way I believe Johnny didn't punch his cat in the face.
Well, I totally didn't punch him in the face.
You say
I
that.
know.
You say that.
I've admitted to what I did. I threw something in his general direction to get his attention, to get him to stop.
Okay, let's be honest. Did you hit him in the face?
No. Didn't even come close to hitting him. It flew by him while he was busy, while he was busy laying cat pipe in a stuffed animal. I was like, just stop it right now. I'm doing a show. He's done it plenty of times. So
SP texts me back. I said, I hear you're on Tinder. I'm so done, LOL. And she writes, mind your business.
Uh-oh. Girl's got to have her side hustle, mofo.
Just hold on a second. I'm giving Stalin 19 time to document it.
Right.
He's also in the chat. I did catch him coping in the chat about something else that's currently going on. Boy, is he going to be disappointed. Here's another text coming in. Said it's almost like he's feeding on free content, like you slipping out when I pick my kids up at the police station. This person. Oh, I forgot. I gotta go to the police station today.
To go get your kids?
Well, they go to school at the police station.
Who better to teach them right from wrong?
Exactly. Now, you guys have it wrong. They'll be picking me up at the police station. Sorry. See, Hasan, this is how you deal with them. You let them have a nuclear meltdown, and then you just keep poking fun at them in between stories. It's a lot of fun. Redbird with $1 says the shit you do to Gordy involving peanut butter, and you expect us to believe your stance on the shock collar. I mean, first of all, It's like the guy. Remember the guy who pushed the sleeve?
Yeah.
Remember
that we
he
thought activated the lapel mic.
Yeah, and he
gun or
blew
whatever?
up Charlie Kirk's neck with the lapel mic when he pushed the shoulder. It does fit. He goes like this, and then the bang goes off. My thing is this. When you see Hasan push the thing, the dog yelps.
Yeah.
It's fair enough. Approachable says, there's nothing wrong with picking up the kids at the police station. In fact, it's just practical. Why make an extra stop when you're already there? It's not nice.
Now it's just on the way.
110 away from today's goal. Johnny, we're just 110 away. Here's the deal. In the next 2 minutes, we've got... What, $10? In the next 2 minutes, $10, because then, 9:30 we'll be at 100. We're good. Oh, yeah, Stalin is coping big time. You're in for a rude awakening, pal. Sorry. Sorry, bud. Look, we all pick the wrong side sometimes. It's okay. Raja Jackson has pleaded not guilty to all of his charges in the Psycho Stu case. You remember the Raja Jackson deal?
You remember he practically murdered a dude and said he was going to do such beforehand?
Yeah. Rampage Jackson's kid was at an indie wrestling event that was streamed on Kick with this guy, Psycho Stu, and they were going to do an angle. Now, first of all, let me just say again, reiterate for the 100th time, the fact that this wrestling organization even invited him to be a part of this is insane. It
was entirely his name.
It's not Rampage Jackson. You were just trying to get a discounted version of Rampage Jackson. You didn't train this guy at all. You did I've wrestled in a handful of matches.
Oh, really? You never say.
Fucker. Before each match, I get training for about 2 weeks in advance. We start putting the match together, everything else. You got to have basic training so you know how to do basic shit, especially fall, take a punch, give a punch, get kicked, give a kick, run the ropes, take a bump. These things are very important. So Raja Jackson got none of that. He was supposed to interfere in a match. This Psycho Stu was going to hit him with a working beer can in the back. And then Raja Jackson was going to get mad. Psycho Stu's disrespecting him. So Raja Jackson would give him like an MMA takedown, do a little fake ground and pound.
And call it a day.
Raja Jackson instead fucking spine busted this guy to the mat and hit him, what did they say, like 20 times unanswered in the head?
Yeah, it was excessive.
Psycho Stu was in the hospital. He had lost teeth. He had broken bones. Just a really bad deal. Raja Jackson this week officially pleaded not guilty to all of his charges. If convicted, he faces up to 7 years in prison. Now, that's a maximum. People might want to complain about the California legal system, saying, Jesus, 7 years in prison and he almost killed a guy?
Yeah, that seems like it should be more.
I wonder if the whole thing being...
Oh.
Yeah, I wonder if the whole thing...
Active chat.
If the whole thing being like a wrestling thing maybe helped him in a way.
Like he didn't realize it was fake kind of deal. But again, if I'm not mistaken, like there was a setup event to this, like a pre-emblem to him interfering in the ring. And I thought after the pre-emblem, like he took it personal and wrong and was like, no, I'm this dude. And
he said, right. He said on the kick stream, like, y'all want me to fuck this dude up? Tell me in the chat if you want me to fuck this dude up.
And then he went in. So.
And then he did indeed fuck that dude up.
Because again, fake or not, like unanswered punches, how many times laying there do you just keep punching?
Right. You can show premeditation. You can show all of that. I think the only reason he's only facing 7 years is because you can't show that it was attempted murder. You can't show that he meant to kill the guy. I think that it's 7 years because of what they can charge him with in California. Like a lot of times you'll look at something And you'll go, wow, that looks really bad. That guy should be locked up because he's fucking crazy. Well, we don't lock people up in this country because they're fucking crazy or something looks bad. We lock them up based on the law they broke and what the sentencing guidelines are for that.
Yeah.
That's all. So he'll probably plead guilty. Will he, if he pleads guilty, will he go to jail? He'll go to jail for a little bit, but I don't think more than a year. I don't think he'll sit in a jail cell for more than a year.
He'll do weekends.
Fucking prick. You asshole. I don't think they let you do weekends when you're doing a year. Thank you very much.
Just take a while.
All right, boys and girls, we are 110 away from today's goal. Thank you very, very much.
You mind if I use the restroom quick?
Yeah?
Oh, well then fuck it.
Yeah, Rabbi Smoothie correcting Stalin in the chat. Yeah, once it gets signed by a judge and it's approved, it can't be false. I'm sorry. Again, Stalin has this weird thing where he wants things to be a certain way, and when it's not, he can't change his opinion. He just has to pretend what he thought originally was true. And I feel bad for him. That's a really fucked up place to be mentally. And I think if you make a few more friends outside of the internet, I think you might be a happier guy. It really, like, the way I've broken him today has me going from having fun to actually concerned about the guy. Like, he does seem to have gotten way too close to all this. And I'm sorry I didn't live up to the big boogeyman that you thought I was. To the rest of you, 110 away from today. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, Rumble Rants. Let's get those Rumble gifted memberships up. If we've gotten back over 500, I think we're about 40 or 50 away from being at 1,000 between the two. Hit like, hit subscribe, hit follow. Let's bang out that 110 and call it another win for the toe. So this Barry Weiss thing is becoming a bigger and bigger deal because Barry Weiss is essentially Oracle, Larry and David Ellison's girl in CBS. And it is so nice to see this getting media scrutiny because Barry Weiss has never been a journalist in her entire life. She was an opinion writer at the New York Times. And then she started some blog called The Free Press. CBS, Larry Ellison, and Paramount and all these people, they band together. They paid her $150 million. And now they're making her the CBS news chief, which, again, is really strange because she's never run a newsroom before. She's never been in a newsroom before, as she was an opinion reporter. And now she's the head of CBS News. This reeks to high heaven of bought and paid for asset of Barry Weiss. And there's something really weird about this one that, like, they're not even hiding it because this is such a out of left field move. Like, you're picking someone so underqualified for this job that it looks like a duck. It talks like a duck. It's a fucking duck. It's like when George W. Bush nominated his cleaning lady, essentially, to be a Supreme Court justice, Harriet Miers. And like, even Republicans were like, George, you can't just put this fucking lady who was like the head of a state lottery. You can't make her a Supreme Court justice. And he had to pick somebody else. I guess CNN ran a whole full-length deal on Barry Weiss and her becoming the new chief of CBS News. And again, when CNN and I are on the same page, it always makes me feel a little uneasy.
Barry Weiss is the new editor-in-chief of CBS News, causing celebration in some circles and consternation in others. Those noisemakers, they're largely on the right. You'd think that someone who self-identifies as center-left and is a member of the LGBTQ plus community might be greeted with open arms by Democrats, but the opposite is true. New York Times columnist Jamel Bowie posting on Blue Sky, quote, "It's a heartwarming story of how
Blue
being
Sky,
unethical and talented."
Isn't Blue Sky it's like Twitter for PDFs, isn't it? Haven't a lot of people on Blue Sky been busted for CP and shit? Ugh. Is that how mad people were at Elon that they started a yuck?
This hack is no barrier to success when you are willing to endlessly flatter the wretched views of rich dipshits.
Now, wait, CNN just says dipshits now? Wow. Yeah, We're working blue on CNN apparently. But like, go deeper than that. It's not because she's flattering the wretched views of rich dipshits. Why? Like, people are so ballsy in their criticisms until it's time to say what it really is. She's a Zionist. She supports Israel. She shills for Israel. She shills for the IDF. She shills for Mossad. She had the fucking former head of the Mossad on her show for a sit-down interview. And it was a big, wet, sloppy kiss. She sat on his face, rhetorically speaking. So this guy's like, yeah, she's going to endlessly flatter the wretched view of rich dipshits. Not really. That's not really who she's in business for. Zionist rich dipshits, maybe. Everybody gets so scared to say that part.
He's not alone in his alarm. Just take a look at some of these headlines. And word is that CBS News employees are not exactly rolling out the welcome wagon. One allegedly said this feels like some sort of doomsday. Another told The Guardian a throwing up emoji is not enough of a reflection of the feelings in here. So who is Bari Weiss and why is she causing such strong reactions?
Because she's unqualified for her
She's
job.
worked at the editorial pages of the Wall Street Journal and the New York Times. She was known as someone who was willing to take on the left for becoming too strident, too extreme. In 2020, during widespread rioting, the New York Times printed an editorial by Senator Tom Cotton. You might remember this. He argued that it might be a good idea to send in the military to quell riots, a fairly popular idea with the public. This was considered so controversial, even harmful, by workers at the Times that they revolted. Weiss tweeted that this was an ideological battle between free speech advocates and young social justice warriors. Her colleagues did not accept this explanation and argued that people like Weiss were basically trolling liberal readers and putting out pieces that harmed the New York Times legitimacy. The fallout was so great that editor James Bennett, who published the piece, resigned.
This is interesting to me. This also shows why CNN has no fucking ratings. Jesus Christ, this is boring as all hell. But like, CNN is right. Bari Weiss being the head of CBS News is ridiculous. It makes no sense, and she's incredibly underqualified. But CNN has no balls, and they're kind of owned by the same people, so they can't say why Bari Weiss being the head of CBS News is stupid and see-through and predictable and ridiculous. So, like, they're going to go...
Those people get mad or what?
Well, they do this wonky thing where they're like, oh, when she was in the editorial board, Tom Cotton wrote an editorial. That has nothing to do with why she's the head of CBS News. And it has nothing to do with why she got $150 million or why she doesn't deserve it. That has nothing to do with it. And so, like, it's all
really,
just...
Nick, what do you think has to do with it?
I mean, I'll let Mr. Fuentes
okay
go ahead and say that. Baba Shab says, I don't think Smirkanish will go any further than that. That's my problem. Like, CNN is like, they'll bring up the thing, and then you'll go, oh, why is this a thing? And they'll go, Tom Cotton one time wrote about the riots. And you're like, I'm bored. Why don't you just say what it's really about? And you can maybe get some ratings. You can have people watch you. This will be interesting content. No. We're not going to do that. We're not going to go quite that far.
Nope.
She literally had the head of Mossad on her show to talk about what Mossad does. Carlos Cameo says Blue Sky is leftist Twitter. It's very echo chambery. Okay. I just know that a lot of people got busted for CP and they were using Blue Sky. That's what I remember from. That's the only story I've heard about Blue Sky.
Let's not collect any coincidences and start lumping them in as proof of.
Thank you very much, White Snake, for the $10. Appreciate that, buddy. Grand Poobah with $2 says Bari Weiss of CBS News. That's preposterous. Summer Shandy would have been a much better pick for the job.
Ba-dum-bum.
You know that didn't deserve that.
It's a Bari Weiss joke. It's good.
I didn't realize. Oh, okay. So now we're finding out what it's really about.
What's it really about?
Leah is now checking Stalin 19, and he's not liking that. He's not liking that. He is. Yeah, and Leah's not even like super pro steel toe either. She just like watches the show to watch a morning show. And yeah, Leah is checking Stalin big time right now, and he is not liking it. None of them like it when other people that aren't me tell them the truth about their psychosis. Then they attack that person and they go, no, they just fucking suck up to Aaron. Let me tell you something. Leah does not suck up to Aaron. Leah will give Aaron the business from time to time, that's for sure. But they've built their echo chamber. They live in it. And if I'm not Adolf fucking Hitler mixed with Joseph Stalin, everyone else but them has to be lying. It's take your pills. Take your pills.
Interesting.
Here's what I say, guys. We're $100 even away from today's goal. We're just about right on track. So keep gifting those memberships. Keep throwing a couple of bucks in. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, Rumble Rants, and let's knock this thing out. Thank you so much for all of your support today. It's our first goal in 2 weeks in the morning, and we're only $100 away from it. Let's knock it out.
You guys have been crushing it. Thank you.
They really have. And, we haven't had to mention it that much. We've been able to ease into it a little. I appreciate that. Now, if you can't throw any dollars at the toe, we appreciate it. Hit like, hit follow, hit subscribe. We appreciate it. All right, let's get into this Ellen Greenberg thing. Have you seen this? Do you know? Have you seen anything?
Of Ellen Greenberg? No.
Oh, my God. This is okay. So they recently reopened the death of this woman. She died in 2011. She was a Philadelphia teacher. Her name was Ellen Greenberg. She was stabbed in the back of the neck and head 20 times. And the medical examiner in Philadelphia ruled it a suicide.
What, did the Clintons do it? Jesus Christ.
I mean, it's unbelievable, right? So thankfully, they reopened this investigation into her death. Thank God.
Yeah, I'd like to know who stabbed somebody in the back of the head 20 times.
Yeah.
I vaguely remember something about this. The suicide for the stabbings. Was there a boyfriend who was involved with the police or something that they thought maybe was a thing or something? I don't remember.
Well, they investigated the whole thing. They thought that maybe it was her fiance because the fiance found her dead. Okay. And the fiance called it in, the whole deal, 20 times in the back of her neck and head with a knife protruding from her chest. So that the knife was still in her chest.
Left there. Okay.
Her death was ruled a homicide. But after a meeting with Philly PD, Assistant Medical Examiner Dr. Marlon Osborne determined she died by suicide. So at first, the medical examiner went, well, clearly she was murdered. Then the police had a meeting with this medical examiner, and then Dr. Marlon Osborne changed their opinion.
Yeah. Suicide.
So
Weird.
Dr. Greenberg's family pressured the medical examiner's office to revisit the case so they can get it ruled a homicide again so they can find out who killed their daughter. So the chief medical examiner, Dr. Lindsay Simon, re-examined the case, opened it back up, and last week reported their findings. Thank God.
What are the findings? It's clearly a homicide. Dude, 20 times in the back of the neck and head?
Yeah.
What,
and then a knife sticking out of the chest.
Right.
Well,
so what? The killing blow was the chest, and they just went back and stabbed him a bunch of other places and thought, you know what? It was best where she left it, and they put it back. What's the deal?
Well, the report came out on October 10th, and it concluded, quote, while the distribution of injuries is admittedly unusual.
This sounds like.
Sounds like what?
This sounds like we're about to explain how. Look, yes, was she stabbed a shitload in the back and in the neck and the head? Right, but
the fact remains that Ellen would be capable of inflicting these injuries herself. And they re-ruled it that she took her own life. 20 times. Like, take a look at this diagram. Those are the stab wounds.
I'm sorry. I don't care how flexible you are. You are not capable of doing that to yourself.
And who can hold that many knives? No, I'm just kidding.
Plus, like, how is she doing this, like, the multiple times? I feel like if she wants to, most people who would like to self-decay themselves, I don't know what's the good term.
Who the hell is stabbing themselves in the back of the head?
Right, they're gonna open. If they're gonna get a blade, they're gonna open an artery. If they're gonna stab themselves, it's gonna be in the chest. Or they'll like maybe they're real gruesome. They'll slice their own throat. But dear Lord, like the idea. So what? She's like, I can't take this world anymore. Just started stabbing herself in the back.
I mean, what a weird way. It would kind of take the steam out of your wantingness to die if you're sitting there going 1, 2, 3, 4. All right, this is getting old. This is getting really fucking old. I
got to switch my arms to even out my reps. Otherwise,
by the way, just bouncing my fist off my head like that, not comfortable.
Nor easy. And she did it with a knife. Oh my God.
Don't worry, she did it to herself, apparently. So, hold on. Let's count 20. I want you to count this like they count punches in the corner in pro wrestling, right?
All right.
Oh, and by the way, if we get a dono for every stab that I do here, we'll have knocked out the goal, which is nice. All right, so ready? 20 stabs in the head. Let me grab a marker. So I have a weapon of some sort. Ready? And go.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21.
And that was just me tapping my head a little bit, and that was really uncomfortable.
Right. And then you've got to get one at the top of your head.
I'm not taking a knife and fucking jamming it into my head. And now
you got to get a couple in the back lumbar region.
Well, then now this is just me making the retard. How do you rule that self-inflicted?
This thing stinks to high hell. Somebody did something here.
Is the husband a police officer? Is the husband IDF? Is the husband like a somebody? Because, again, this person, they ruled it. So the medical examiner ruled it a homicide.
Right.
That was the initial
why wouldn't
one.
You?
He ruled it a homicide, and then the cop said, I think you better think that over again. I think you better take a second look at it. And then they ruled it that she did it to herself. What happened there? That's the problem. TMZ reached out to the medical examiner for an explanation on how they think Ellen could have done it herself. So far, no word back. Greenberg family attorney Joseph Pedraza Jr. says MEO medical examiner Simon, so-called independent review of Ellen Greenberg's death is a deeply flawed attempt to justify a predetermined conclusion. It includes false claims like the assertion that a stab wound in Ellen's spinal column was made during autopsy. Is that normal, or we're just shanking people during the...
They don't normally open you up over there.
Yeah. A theory that's been rejected by every credible expert, including the city's own neuropathologist, by ignoring key evidence that contradicts the extensive 3D photogrammetry. Just feel stupid. A recreation which proves Ellen did not self-inflict all of the wounds, unexplained bruises, missing surveillance footage, an intact lock, accounts of a toxic relationship, etc. Simon builds a flimsy case on distorted portrayals of Ellen's mental health, propped up by cynical distortions of Ellen's managed anxiety, a condition widely experienced by over 40 million Americans. Shame on you, Simon. Who was her husband? Who was Ellen Greenberg's... Oh, no, fiance, not husband.
Again, I could have swore he either had relatives in the police force or was on the police force.
Fiance was Samuel Goldberg. He found her, but Goldberg was a TV producer. He discovered her on the kitchen floor. Goldberg was subjected to scrutiny over her death, but authorities ultimately found no evidence of a struggle or defensive wounds. and corroborated his timeline of events. Well, I mean, if you grab someone, you stab them in the back of the head a bunch, it's going to
They don't really get to put up much of a fight.
It's going to take the fire
They're
out
kinda
of them.
dead.
Angelica's doll with a great point in the chat says, so Stalin must have a dry week that he's trying to create drama with Steel Toe so he has something to clip. I feel bad for him, but he's still raging. I will give him that. He's still I never mean to set people off like this. You guys I feel like you guys don't believe me. I feel like you believe I'm playing Puppet Master and I'm like controlling the strings. I swear I'm not. Remember, it all started with me saying I like the guy.
Right. All he had to do was say thank you and move on, and we could have been fine.
It's a deeply unhappy guy right there. I'll tell you that. By the way, 95 away from today. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Gray Duckling.
Thank you, Gray Duckling, for the $5. And now, thank you very much. Barry Watson says, Aaron, why do these haters get so mad? I think I don't know. I think because they had a certain vision of how I was supposed to be, and they built like their identities around it. And when I didn't turn out to be that guy, how else are you going to cope?
They thought I was an evil, supervillain, and it turns out I'm just a garden variety piece of shit. But I'm a garden variety piece of shit. Now I got nothing.
KG accusing Aaron of being the booty bandit. I am not the booty bandit.
The hell's the booty bandit?
I don't know what the booty bandit is. Whatever it is, I'm not that.
Okay.
I'm telling you right now. I know when certain names can catch on. I know when certain things can hit. And I want to strangle the booty bandit in the crib right now. And in no way is me saying I'm not the booty bandit going to get me called the booty bandit.
Right.
That would be fucked up if you start fucking people in the butt in jail.
Mm-hmm.
And you're like, man, I'm not getting pussy, so, I got to take the next best thing. And they're like, how long are you in here for? And you're like, 8 days. Like, dude, what the fuck? What's wrong with you?
Jesus Christ, David Duchovny, you have a problem.
Oh, man. No, I am not the booty bandit, though. I'm telling you right now. Accusations of booty banditry are unfounded. Cloud
Thou
Scam
dost protest.
Cloud Scam says you're not the booty bandit, but you are a booty bandit. No. See, now again, it's a distinction without a difference. I'm trying to tell you, I am not the booty bandit. And I'm not the booty warrior. That was the guy from Lockup.
Okay.
Was the booty warrior. Brack says Aaron's going to make all the inmates turn their pockets out by the end of 8 days. I'm not going to be hanging on to anyone's pocket. And I am not the booty bandit.
Okay.
Oh, no. Tin Man Taylor now calling me BB Imholt. I'm not. My name is not BB or Booty Bandit. Leah says, I can only stay in the YouTube chat for so long. Holy crap, they are pathetic. Well, I think you triggered the shit out of him even further, though, unfortunately. So it doesn't take
riled
much.
him up a bit.
Tin the Toolman Taylor says he'll get BB tattooed on his neck. I'm not. And I'm not the Booty Bandit, and I'm not the Booty Warrior. I want nothing to do with booty.
He's just the booty. He's going to get plundered.
I mean, I don't understand, because I've said it multiple times now. I can't. Why don't people believe me?
I feel like you should embrace this, though. Your fans are saying that in their fanfic, when you go to prison, you will not take it in the booty, but you will take the booty.
Becky Joe on YouTube says, I barely have time to watch shows I like. I don't understand all of this extra time to watch things they claim to hate. Well, that's because they're claiming to hate it. They're fans. They're just mentally ill and don't understand how to express it. Whitesnake says, if you're a good businessman, you'd figure out a way to get a butt phone in there to promote the show.
Why is it a butt phone? Do I not know?
No, Oodles of Toodles. My name is also not going to be Anal Aaron. None of these are.
They call him AA. because you can't quit him.
I have a feeling that me denying being the booty bandit is having the opposite effect.
It's seemingly turning the other tide.
It's not working out.
It's coming at it.
It's not working out. Thank you to Dan Vicious for $1. He says Stalin is the meat connoisseur. Oh, he's saying you suck penises. That's not very nice.
Oh.
Again, this started
Thank you for the $1.
This started with brotherhood. I just want to let that be known.
It started with love.
Gray Duckling with $20. Thank you very much, buddy.
I've sworn on the altar of God, total resistance against every form of tyranny, against the mind of men.
Leah says, how much for you to get a teardrop tattoo? No, Baba Shab, I'm not going to be the rectum raider or the manhole marauder. Neither of those. I'm not saying that I don't like, it's not that I don't like the way the nickname sounds. The basis of the nickname is the problem. I feel like we're having two different conversations here. I don't feel like this is going the way that I wanted it to go. I feel like people aren't getting the message. Gray Duckling with $20 says, apparently people are getting upset with me donating, so here you go. Oh,
yeah,
no.
Thank you. Don't get upset with him.
Guys, you're going to upset people, I guess, Gray Duckling says, if you donate. So we're $80 away from today's goal.
Don't feed the troll.
Don't make people angry. Don't donate money just because you want to make people mad. I mean, that just seems very that seems like trolley behavior, if you ask me.
Show.
It also puts Redbird in the cuck chair, Redbird out of the cuck chair, and Gray Duckling in the cuck chair. Thank you very much for that. Also, throw in a few gifted memberships, a few PayPals, Venmos, Streamlabs. We're only $80 away from today. We're pretty much on track. Let's
we can do it.
Let's finish it up. This person texting in, one of my guard pals says, "Don't worry, Aaron. County Browns don't have pockets." Well, there's a win. There's a win for the toe.
You're just going to have to hold on to their dick. Who
hosts the show if you have to pick up a whole week? Johnny, Kiki, Matt, or Stalin? Ooh, that's a good question. I think Gino would be a great candidate. I think I'm fucking around. I'm kidding. I know that some of you don't have senses of humor. That is not the case. Thank you very much to Adam Simon for gifting a membership. Thank you so much. 75 away from this morning. Keep it going. Keep it moving. Quit upsetting people. It's not very nice. It's not very nice. 75 away from today. All right. Before we get into our last half hour of today's show, Johnny, I'm going to go and empty my bladder.
All right.
And then we've got some Antifa stuff out in Portland. Now, I'm confused because on one hand, I'm seeing these stories about like they're shutting down helicopter landings at hospitals in Portland because Antifa are trying to shine lasers in ICE helicopters' windows.
Okay.
To try to distract the pilots.
So and inadvertently they're causing a problem to the EMS helicopters.
Yes, because they can't tell the difference and they keep shining the EMS helicopters as well. And it's becoming a big problem for the hospital. So they've had to shut that down. So people have to go further to get emergency. I mean, getting helicoptered to the hospital, you're in trouble.
Yeah, something serious happened if they're like, no, get the chopper. Get to the chopper.
Right. We've got, so we got that coming up, but then I'm confused because while that's happening, Jimmy Kimmel told me at the end of last week that there is no Antifa.
Oh, well, that doesn't seem accurate at all.
I mean, I go to Jimmy Kimmel for most of my news. I think people...
That seems like a tremendous error in judgment.
No, I think Jimmy Kimmel always gives it to me straight. So I always try to go by what he says. So I'm a little confused. There's no Antifa, but they're shining the lasers at the helicopters. I don't understand it. Look, we'll clear all of this madness up in just a little bit. I'm going to go pee. You guys knock out the 75, and then I'll know that it's all because of Johnny, and I have nothing to do with it. And then we'll do the last half hour of the program. Thanks, guys.
Yeah, that'll be awesome if we knock that out while he's gone. Then we just focus on the show, and I can take credit for everything. And then he has to wallow in it. As for I don't know who the list of people or days or what things are. I don't think I want to do the show this early. I'm having more and more trouble with the getting up and moving thing. It's getting concerning. So I don't know if that's a good idea for me that early in the morning. I am going to be live today. I'm going to just suffer through everything I've got going on. I should be able to keep it together. I've had a little bit of brain fogginess. I have to keep an eye on that. But we're back on the ivermectin, and I'm holding together pretty well. So I'm going to do the show today. There'll be the new count for that. You can watch for Al to not get punched some more. They took the dog away. He hasn't been down since daughter took the dog out of here. So we'll be live today. I don't think Digger will be live with me. I know she had Canadian Thanksgiving yesterday, so I don't know if she will be back on the program today. But we'll be back today. We've got a new studio sponsor, an emblem to roll out for all of that, as well as just covering all of the news and stuff of the evening. And so that's going to be going on. And there he is.
Go ahead. No, let's hear it.
What?
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Wash your hands?
Yes, I washed my hands.
I will say you were gone more than long enough that I think, you washed your hands. Like the time frame. I know the space you're in.
I also peed in the dark.
I could have done without that admission. It just
he
serenades him with "You and Me Going Pissing in the Dark."
It's
right,
I peed in the dark because I got the lights. I'm awash in light here.
Right. So if the door's open, you're good.
Yeah, I walked in the bathroom. I didn't notice that the light wasn't on until I started peeing, and then I got a really bad 18-wheeler gas station truck stop vibe from not dirtiness wise. I just mean peeing in the dark. My toilets are very clean. I clean my toilets at the end of every week. I get the Clorox in there. I get the scrubber. I do the whole thing. I clean my toilets religiously at the end of every week. Some people might call that obsessive.
Just a touch. But so you became uncomfortable after you started peeing and you realized the lights were off?
Nothing you can do, right?
Did you, I have a question. Did you turn the lights on when you were leaving at that point? Because it makes no sense at that point to turn them on for a split second. You just go.
Time out. We have a clarification to make. We have an imposter. Stalin19 DMing me says, I hope you know that's not really me. My name shows up green because I'm a member to your show. Oh, I knew Stalin and I were buddies. I was like, first of all, Stalin's not insane. Like whoever this is,
have that conversation earlier.
Whoever this is pretending to be Stalin and ruining his good name, I gotta say, good work. And we did well. Here's the worst thing is, we still broke whoever that is, and he's pretending to be someone else and playing the character. So imagine, not only did you get fucked with, not only did you go insane in our chat, but you did it while pretending to be another guy.
Oh,
that's worse.
When you do the clip for this later that you wrote down you're going to do, you should end the clip after the clip point that you were thinking of before, and then just put in the 3 hours later, and hold on. That dude's a lying piece. Oh, no.
I gotta write back to Stalin. That's Here, I'll just tell him that's fantastic. Love you, buddy. I was going to say, Stalin's a pretty normal guy. He's not, I was like, oh man, I check in with Stalin all this time later, and all of a sudden he's a psycho. His brain broke and he lost his mind. I did say at the very beginning, didn't I say, this is weird. He's not usually a psychopath.
Yeah. You said broke your balls and stuff, but never really this aggressive. Yeah, we did kind of call that out, but we all went along with it, so fuck us.
Now people are mad. They're saying, show the DMs. No, How about that?
I owe you nothing.
Yeah. I mean, okay, that's your offer. Show the DMs. That is your right to say that. Here's my counter offer. Go fuck yourself. Sorry. 75 away from today. Let's do it. We got about 25 minutes left. Let's make some money. I'll say this. We get under 50 by 10:25. I'll light the lamp and we'll play Erica.
Okay.
Because people have been asking for it. All right, let's do the Antifa story, because remember, Antifa.
There is no Antifa.
Well, I mean, let's do Jimmy Kimmel saying it doesn't exist first. This is Jimmy Kimmel responding to the new, like, imagine hating Trump so much that you side with these gross, unwashed, black-clad, dumb hippie kids. Violent, I guess not hippie kids, leftist, fascist kids. Like, imagine hating Trump so much that you're like, you know who I'm going to defend on my television show? A bunch of black bloc radical communists, anarchists. That's what I'm going to do.
You understand, there's no Antifa. This is an entirely imaginary organization. There is not an Antifa. This is no different than if they announced they rounded up a dozen Decepticons. We've captured the Chupacabra, everyone. And then it was Trump's turn to ratchet up the rhetoric with fiery images conjured from no one has any idea where.
Right. They're not actual Portland riots. They're not like Portland protests. They're just, guys, they don't exist.
There are members of, like, Canadian Parliament that are admitted members of Antifa.
What
like,
Jimmy,
it's a thing.
This thing Jimmy Kimmel's doing is this really dishonest, shitty thing where he's going, well, there's no organization directly called Antifa. Like, there's no 501c3 or corporation or LLC. It's like, yeah, shithead, we know. But there
wasn't one called Hamas either.
There are black bloc groups who identify as anti-fascist, and the shorthand people use for that is Antifa. But you know what? Let's take Jimmy at his word. There's no such thing as Antifa. Let's go ahead. Let's check the news in Portland and see how little Antifa there actually is.
On the military helicopters, the Customs and Border Patrol helicopters that people have been complaining about in the area near the ICE facility. We saw a flyer this morning showing that call for people to shine their lasers at 9 o'clock tonight. OHSU tells us their air ambulance vendors made the decision to land at other airports for safety reasons. Patients would be taken to the hospital then by ambulance.
Think about that. You've got
somebody might die because you guys want to make a political statement.
No, people will die. They'll either die or they'll have worse injuries than they would have had. We're talking about gunshot victims who are losing blood. We're talking about stroke victims, people who have had a heart attack. They can't get flown directly to the hospital now because this Antifa that doesn't exist, according to Jimmy Kimmel, wants to shine a bunch of not like one laser, by the way. They want to group together and just start shining lasers in every helicopter's face because they assume all of them are ICE helicopters, and they call us the conspiracy theorists.
Seems kind of fascist to ground every helicopter because you don't like what some of them are doing.
Think about that. You would have landed on the roof of the hospital. You could have gotten that person treatment. Now they have to go land at the airport, get in an ambulance, and drive them there. Great job, guys. You're really fighting back against the Nazis. You're really stopping them. That's fantastic. Oh, God, these fucking people. And then Trump declares them a terrorist organization, and people whine and they bitch and they moan. And it's like, I'm sorry, but they're making...
It's kind of a terrorist act.
It is a terrorist act to, I mean, laugh if you want to, but they're attacking helicopters. I mean, if you're trying to shine lasers in the eyes of the pilots, that's an attack.
And if that helicopter suddenly falls out of the sky because you blinded the pilot, how many innocent people get caught up with it that had literally nothing to do with any of it? So, yeah,
ambulance.
I'd say it's a terrorist
That
attack.
could add a lot of extra time, though, from 45 minutes to an hour longer. Police have made arrests in the past, by the way, of people who target police aircraft with lasers. Now, just last month, 4 people were arrested in connection to lasers being pointed at the Customs and Border Protection helicopter. Last week, Hector Mendoza charged with a felony for targeting several types of aircraft. If convicted, he could face up to 5 years in prison. That type of crime can land you behind bars for up to 20 years. The city says it has seen an uptick of complaints about the helicopters, but they say that noise is out of local control.
You know, it's amazing that a group can simultaneously shine lights in helicopters, organize the shining of lights in helicopters, while at the same time not existing.
Completely doesn't exist.
That is wild. I've never seen it before. Thing. I've never, not since the CIA, have I ever seen a group of people not exist yet do something.
Strange. So I'm sure Jimmy Kimmel will air that retraction any day now about the whole Antifa thing.
Oh, yeah. I'll be waiting with bated breath for Jimmy Kimmel.
Are his numbers, are they still up over where he started? Do you know? I haven't been curious enough to check. Now that it's all kind of blown over on Kimmel.
He was at 1.7 million before. I know it's way down from his comeback, but I think everybody knew that was going to happen.
Right. But if he's still up overall, that's a net gain.
But yeah, I think he's still up from where he left off. That's for sure. Happy Wawa customer with $5 says, update to the S-word story, the Ellen Greenberg story. The family of the fiance are big donors to the Philly DA and now Pennsylvania Governor Josh Shapiro. You are shitting me.
It's so transparent, it should be a joke. Like, it's... If that's true... Again, I had heard he had friends on the police force. This sounds like more of that. So I'm willing to believe it. But oh my God, the fact that people are even like, I want to know what the mortician, or not mortician, what the
mortician.
What was the morgue person, whoever
the
autopsy
the
person?
medical examiner.
Medical examiner, thank you. I want to know what the medical examiner said to them. Like, are you kidding me? You want me to sell this shit sandwich that she did this to herself?
Because it is very odd that the medical examiner, when left to their own devices to just do their job, said, yeah, this is a homicide.
This is a homicide.
And then the cops went, I think you want to take a second look at that.
And when they took a second look, they went, yeah, this is a, whoa.
Right.
It's a big gun. Yeah, no, suicide all day. Like, I don't know. Because you have to know how stupid you look to sell that. We saw the stab wound locations.
You know, the police got involved and the whole thing changed. Something fucky happened. I don't know what. Numero Uno says Kimmel's numbers drop every summer when he goes on vacation and has guest hosts. Everyone was celebrating a subset of those already reduced numbers that always comes back when he returns from vacation. Yeah, and Numero Uno says, I did a full report on this. Dave Smith claimed his podcast is bigger than Kimmel's show. Well, no, I mean, Kimmel's got a couple million people watching him every night. And then you've got to count his YouTube stuff, too. I'm pretty sure Kimmel probably does as good a numbers on YouTube alone as Dave Smith does on YouTube. And then on TV, he's got 2 million people watching him. So, the podcasters got to kind of like watch it with their fucking dick swinging, because TV has bigger audience than almost every one of these podcasts not named Joe Rogan.
Right. And I mean, granted, a lot of those people are falling asleep to Jimmy Kimmel, but the point is they're falling asleep to Jimmy Kimmel.
And we can talk about the demographics. We can, they're boomers, whatever. And that's pretty accurate. But at the same time, like, he's still, 2 million people is nothing to sneeze at.
No, it's a very respectable number. I was just curious where he was at since then. Where are we at? How are we doing?
Someone in the YouTube chat says, who the fuck stands up for Jimmy Kimmel? Fucking Numero Uno Josh Denny fan stands up for Jimmy Kimmel. And you know what? I got to applaud the guy for it. Because, like, Numero Uno Josh Denny fan has no problem in going, I'm taking the contrarian route on this one.
He's got to have some fans or he wouldn't be on air.
Numero Uno says Dave Smith was not joking either. He thought his numbers were bigger. Jimmy does more YouTube views in an average month than Dave Smith's whole channel's entire lifetime views. I didn't know that.
That's then if true, that's sad for Dave Smith.
Yeah, I mean, look, broadcast television, like television is still bigger than podcasts. But the accurate thing to say is podcasts have taken a big chunk out of that audience. Both of those things can be true at the same time. Coltrane gifting with $1 says, we were told Antifa was an idea and not an organization. They only just dress the same, carry their own flag, work in shifts, have safe houses, and get paid. Right. Other than that, they're not real.
Other than that, yeah. That's...
Happy Wawa customer gifting a membership to Lab Glass. Thank you very much. Hey, guys, we're only $65 away from this morning's goal. Let's do it. $65 away and 13 minutes left in the show. People in the YouTube chat are taunting Gray Duckling, saying, Gray, he's still only $65 away. Hey, don't tempt Walter or Steven or any of the other guys you guys think are fake. They might come in and drop that last $65. I hope not. I hope we get it by a bunch of people coming in together and throwing in a little bit. I did say if we got within 50 in the next 7 minutes that we would fire it up with Erica at the end of the show.
You did promise that.
You know, I don't mean to pat myself on the back again, but I really did get them all riled up today, didn't I?
It seems like it. I don't know. I don't have the chats up. I haven't been keeping track of it. But the received thus far seems like, yeah, you got them a little worked up.
I do seem like I would even go as far as to say another win for the toe. Perhaps. Thank you, guys. All right, let me open up a couple more of these, and we can we got some Luigi Mangione updates today as well. And this guy, the guy on the tarmac losing control of the fuel hose. This is God. If I didn't know this was real, if there wasn't like news coverage of this, I would assume that this was a gimmick. I would assume that this was fake. But before we get to those, the crime in California, the crime in Los Angeles, it's not getting any better. Now we're essentially having pepper spray skirmishes in jewelry stores. So you can't, it's hard to protect yourself with a gun in California. So that gets a little tricky. That gets a little dicey. But you can protect yourself with pepper spray. Well, what do you do when you bring pepper spray and they bring pepper spray?
You have a pepper spray off.
You get yourself a pepper spray fight. Thank you real quick to Lab Glass for gifting a membership to Chevrolet JB. Leo with $1 says there is a hearing scheduled for 1 p.m. in that Greenberg case. Okay. $2 from Balls Deep says Johnny's exotic fake screen names coming soon.
Thank you, Balls Deep.
$60 away from today's goal. Let's go, baby. Let's go. $60 away, rally it up, and let's call it a win for the toe. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, and Rumble Rants. Here we go. Again, this is Los Angeles. Oh, no, this is an electronics store. Not a
okay, you said jewelry initially, but it's not.
Oh, God, imagine that. All that pepper spray cannot be good for all the devices.
Right, and getting it out and cleaning it out isn't necessarily an option for everything. Oh,
so there he goes. And he doesn't have that bullshit like pull it out of your purse pepper spray. He's got the Dog the Bounty Hunter computer duster can of pepper spray.
Locally, these smash and grab thieves steal tens of thousands of dollars in high-end electronics in just a matter.
Bro, what are you spraying at?
Yeah, you're missing him altogether. I feel like you're just angry now, spraying at everything because you fell on the floor.
Yeah, he's a little embarrassed that he slipped like a dickhead. Now, he spilled his vape juice on the floor earlier. He forgot to clean it up, and now he slipped on it. But also,
he's all hopped up on adrenaline. He doesn't realize he's fucking pepper spraying himself, too.
Also, asshole, you're not mosquito fogging the grass. Like, you got to point the pepper spray at the guy's eyes, and you got to shoot at him.
You got to get her in there.
Yeah. Now, all you're doing now is filling the room with pepper spray for all of you.
Yeah, it's making everyone miserable.
Yeah.
For a second after raiding this store in Reseda. The robbery happened on August 25th at LA Tech Repair. Surveillance video shows a teenage boy holding the door open while suddenly 3 suspects.
What the fuck are we slipping
Why
on?
are you slipping and sliding? What, did they spill water?
I don't know.
There's something up there. It looks like broken glass, maybe. But
that's broken glass up there.
Why are you walking like you're on a fucking hockey rink?
Yes, he's doing like the Marcel Marceau, like man in the wind kind of thing.
In those masks force their way inside.
Oh, he's hurt. You can tell he's hurting from that first spill he took.
And the pepper spray in the air. It's getting in his eyes.
Yeah, he took a shot to the hip, though, and he's not feeling so good.
An employee tries to stop the thieves using the pepper spray and the stun gun, turning the robbery into all-out mayhem.
They would come and break all the glasses, all the showcases. They took over $30,000 worth of merchandise. These are all coming out of pocket at this point. Since last year, we have had 6 break-ins, and it's been very difficult on us.
Yeah, when you have this is why a lot of these stores are leaving these cities, is because if you get broken into enough times and you make enough claims, they just cancel your insurance, or they make the rate so high for your insurance
that you can't afford the fucking thing anyway.
You can't pay for it. Somebody too says pepper spray is very slippery, so it's oil based. He will.
All right. Okay. So it's all right. We're being dicks.
A little bit.
I saw a thing where they make like a gun that shoots like a pepper ball, it's like a CO2 cartridge gun deal. I thought, wasn't that something that Midland Armory actually carries? I bet they would.
By the way, I don't know. I don't know if they carry pepper balls at Midland. Maybe Derek can write in. Whitesnake says, then ICE came in and deported that guy. I mean, my God. I mean, the day just keeps getting worse and worse for that poor fella. Well, guys, we are $60 away, and we got about 7 minutes left. I'd really like to hammer this thing out. Let's all throw in a couple of bucks. We haven't had a goal for 2 goddamn weeks. 2 weeks.
Can't let the streak end now, man.
We can't lose on this $60. All right? Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, Rumble Rants. Let's get in there. Let's win this thing. Midland Armory in the chat says, yep, the company is called Byrna. B-Y-R-N-A.
Yep,
so there you go.
Derek will get you solved.
Pepper balls. That's what you...
It functions like a real pistol, but it shoots a ball that it's pepper balls, and it's powered by a CO2 cartridge. So it's completely non-lethal, but oh my God, could it be effective?
Gay. Luigi Mangioni's lawyers seeking dismissal of federal charges in his assassination of the United Healthcare CEO. I mean, swing for the fences, right?
Yeah.
Try and get them all thrown out. His lawyers must have gotten their latest premiums for 2026 and said, you know what? Fuck these guys.
We're just going to...
Let my guy go. Asked a New York federal judge to dismiss some criminal charges, including the only count for which he could face the death penalty from a federal indictment brought against him in the December assassination of United Healthcare's chief executive. Now, as I understand, they've already dropped some federal charges, like right at the beginning.
Yeah, they dropped a few, but what's the one that could still get him the death penalty? How are they arguing to drop that? I feel like if they're dropping that, why are they doing a case?
Well, he's still got 3 or 4 federal charges against him. So it's, he's still got a road.
Still got a whole lot of ladies that love him.
And let me tell you, he's not getting any more charges dismissed.
Okay.
Luigi's pretty well fucked. Uh-oh, guys, they're taunting you in the YouTube chat. They're saying, come on, Gray Duckling, what happened to you guys? Why haven't they hit the goal yet? $60 away. You know what? I'm going to break my promise. I'm going to look like an asshole. I'm going to look desperate. But we have had no goals for 2 weeks, and I am not ready to lose now. So light the lamp, fire up the music. Guys, throw in your money. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, and Rumble Rants. Let's have it keep going. Light the lamp, fire up the song. And let's see if we can't call it another win for the toe. Click the links. Gift the memberships. Make it another win for the old toe. Oh, wait. Oh, Jesus Christ. My whole screen went went Bucky with contributions. Oh my God! Stop the music. That was short-lived.
I will say, I thought it would have gone a little longer. Somebody jump in. Thank you so much. Who do we owe thank you to?
Walter, who is totally fake, with $102.30, says, just a reminder to brush your teeth when you're on the inside.
All righty.
Thank you, Walter. Give him an Elon. Holy shit. Thank you, buddy.
And I just want to say thank you for making it happen. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Walter. And that also means for those of you now unbanned in the chat, we apologize, but...
But I'm afraid I've got some bad news.
It's another win for the toe, and we're now $40 into tomorrow.
Thank you, Walter.
MSO just writes in all caps. He goes, bullshit. Sorry, buddy. Numero uno says, why 102.30? I don't know what the significance of 102.30 is.
I was trying to decipher that. I don't know. I'm just very, very grateful. Thank you, Walter.
I'm just really happy we knocked it out today. I think a lot of people are probably upset that we're not going to get the Erica theme music. Sam Show says, why does that end the song? I don't know. Should we have it play us out?
I don't know. Walter really didn't make a decision on that. That's entirely your call, sir.
I mean, Sam Show's mad that we don't get to do Erica. Maybe, you know what? Maybe I let it play us out.
All right.
I think it's only fair. Let me make sure we don't have anything else coming in here. Thank you again, Walter. And to everyone who thinks Walter's fake, don't worry about it. We missed, and I had to give the money myself, right?
So you guys are winning.
Yeah. I mean, here, do what you usually do. Convince yourself that reality isn't happening, and then create your own. It'll be fun. You know, the way you project on me. Sorry. You know what? You guys have been beaten up enough today. I should give you a break. We're out of time regardless. Walter is now in first place with 102.30. Sanford Son in second with 100. Mark Robinson in third with 75. JD Straight Shot in fourth with 35. Wally World in the cuck chair with $30. And Gray Duckling is falling out of the cuck chair. And I've lost my goddamn marker. So now Gray is at 30. There we go. Thank you guys very much for another successful day for the toe. We appreciate it. $1 from Numero Uno says, now that you hit the goal, let's dance to Karmic like you promised. All right, Ghost Party to play us out. You ready, Johnny?
Sure.
All right, Johnny's going to be on at 1 o'clock today on Just Kidding LLC on YouTube, Twitch, and Rumble. Just Kidding LLC. Go ahead and hit like, hit subscribe, and hit follow before you leave. Check out the clips we're putting up today. The fake Stalin was awfully quiet after the real Stalin showed up. So I think it kind of ruined that clip.
That whole bit, yeah.
That it wasn't the real Stalin, but it's good to know we still have our buddy Stalin, right?
That is nice, yes.
It is nice. All right, guys, I'm out of here. Enjoy Do You Believe in Borderlines to play us out today. Thanks again. We'll see you tonight at 6 o'clock for the evening show.